Good morning, guys. Happy Friday. So, starting off with the indexes, we're going to see SPY a little bit closer to becoming a 2 on the day to the downside. We'll see how they open up here. If we look at the week, we're going to see at this point, made the new lows to the broadening formation. It's currently sitting like this. So we're nowhere near changing the week to the downside. We're also nowhere near taking out last week's highs. So that's the question, is how are we going to get outside of this 2 here? If we go down to a lower time frame, you'll see this is our 60-minute broadening formation. So this will help us out intraday. If we go to Qs, you'll see similar, right? It's 1. It's closer to yesterday's lows. We'll see. If we go to Dow Jones, Dow is also 2.2, so that's a little weaker. IWM is 2.2, so yeah, shooter IWM, maybe a little bit of profit taking, but when we look at this, IWM is still chugging right off of the 1.22 on the week, so it's the strongest one here. But we'll have 2 of them taking yesterday's lows this morning, and we'll see how that holds up with the SPY and Qs. Now, Intel, they had their earnings yesterday, and you'll see we're gapping lower. Now, if we were to look at like a 2-day chart, you're going to see this is a kicking pattern, right? They go straight to the highs, and they open at 47.67. So the question becomes, are we going to be red on the day? Because if we are, these guys have to start selling. And that could cause, further profit taking. So that's something we're definitely watching today. Not sure if a 3-day chart. Yeah, 3-day chart looks the same. So does not look good. Intel will not look good at the beginning of the day. So we'll be watching that for the kicker. The rest of the semis, you're going to see also 2-day down. And you got your price discovery like here. Your new lows, your new highs, and then a potential 2-day. Looks very similar to tech, although tech is weaker since it did not make the new highs. So tech right here. Oh, sorry. For those of you on Discord, I apologize. I thought my screen was already sharing there. But all the indexes look like potential 2-day down. So relatively simple. And then we'll have to see if SPY and Qs become a 2. For those of you that missed it. Semis will look like potential 2-day down, and we're going to be specifically watching Intel and the gappers. So if we go to this 3-day, 2-day chart, you can see we can take this kicking pattern here. We open it here at 47.55. So the question is, are we red on the day for Intel this morning? Because if you didn't know, we can look for this, right? But it has to be below the daily open. And if it's not below daily open, this is not happening. So it has to be below the open this morning if we're going to see any of these guys get in trouble. Take a look at the gappers this morning. You'll see Intel's pretty much top of the list for the downside, and then things gapping up. What, HYMC? So one of those miners, tech, materials. Let's take a look. Yeah, look at HYMC after that nice old 3. that we discussed on Wednesday. You can see they reclaimed the whole thing, came through, but they're gapping up. So it's just going right into recent highs. Siskiyou will be gapping up. We also have this big broadening formation here, so we'll keep that on the list. See what comes of them. And for those of you guys that use the futures, and you were asking yesterday, you know, what do we do with the futures? You can use them to just identify where this price discovery is happening in the morning. So you're going to see get our new highs, the new lows, and then they're trying to make the new highs right now there. And we would also have this slightly bigger. At this point, you can see right here, slight higher low, but starts coming back through the range. So you can see how that looks on the futures prior to the open. And we're going to be opening up very shortly here. So see what Intel's got this morning. So you can see Intel right to start the day. So they make very slight lower lows on the day, and they're slightly green. So we'd want to see that go green to red if we're going to see that fall back into this previous range and start causing issues. SPY starts inside day green. Notice they'd be closer to a 60 up, but we are inside day inside 60 to start the day. Dow is a gap down, and IWM is gap down to start the day. Costco is a potential 1-3 rev strat day to the upside. When do you make trades that don't have full time frame continuity with the day and 60 group in your favor? Is when you do that. Or at the very minimum, you have to have the 60. Hughes is closest to taking the 60s up. Dow is 2-2 day down with IWM still 2-2 day down to start the day. Energies, XLE, XOP, OIH, all gapping higher. So if you've been listening to us, where do you want to be an investor this year? OIH, right? At least short term, we got that yearly signal to trigger all these guys right away. So today, we're going to be really close to starting to come through yearly targets. So that could speed OIH up today. They are all gapping up, so we'll see if they stay up to start off the morning. It's like utilities, real estates, those are all coming back in. Staples are staying a little bit more firm this morning. So start the day, most twos are down across the sector basis. In conflict with the rest of the week. So see what they're looking like. Intel flips green to red Intel. So here's right. Anytime Intel's red, that's when those guys have issues. So I got a position in Intel there. We'll see if it can stay red. You see on a 2-day chart, the reason this looks so bad is we're taking 6 days worth of guys who may have been buying in here all at once. They're going to have to do something. Either they're going to have to sell or they're going to have to buy more to try and get this thing going the other way. And you can see potential 3 on the week if Intel is red on the day, which is $44. SPY's 15ers down, trying to take the day down with the Qs now as well. So Dow is at the lows, IWM is near the lows. Financials is a RevStrat day down, going outside month down, so they're having issues too. Citigroup, RevStrat pivot machine gun day. So for you 0 DTE guys, Citigroup, it's going to be breaking with the financials. It is still an inside week. For those of you guys interested in the staples long, Pepsi is a gap down, and it could start going 3 back through there with staples, which are stronger today. So if we look in this, you'll see Pepsi, this big 15-minute price discovery, the new highs, the new lows. We can time this. So if you get that 15-minute signal on Pepsi, or even the 5-minute signal, could be watching that in staples. Because while the market's weak, staples is stronger. So you can see Pepsi hammer 5er to start off the day. What does that do? Reclaim some of this stuff right here on the daily, so they're trying to get back into the range. Right there on the 5er. Let's see if they can hold. Semis, you can see, are coming back into the downside. Nvidia and AMD, they gapped up this morning, so they're holding up better. AMAT, not so much. LRCX, 3-2 day to the downside, so they're having trouble. EVGO, they're still having trouble too. ARM, 2-2 day to the downside, so you got a lot of semis coming back in. So you can see to start the day in the sectors, 90% of energies open 2s up, the rest of the market going down. So this is what we consider conflict. Still have a lot of inside days. So where are all these 2s going to happen? SPY's still inside day. Qs is still inside day. See Pepsi off the hammer 5er, boom. So it rallies almost 0.5%, which you might be like, Alex, that's not that much. That's fine. What matters is, did we time it properly? Because if we did, we have this whole range that we can work with here. We'll have to see. We are 3-3-15 Pepsi, so that's your broadening formation. You'll see like this. Completing short term. But we want to expand that to the upside if we're going to go pivot machine gun of all these guys. Intel. After making new low a day, you can see the 5ers inside. So with the kickers, it's important to know we like to see them start going right away if we're going to see a nice big down day, because we want to take everyone that lost and we want to see them selling right away. If they're not selling, it's not going to go down. So unless it's red on the day, we don't have any evidence it should be going lower at this point. It's still inside 5, and it's not red on the day, so it's going to have to re-break. Depot goes 2-2 day down, and the home builders with lows 3-2-2 to the downside. Lows. Ripple breaks triple inside day down. Bitcoin is close to its inside day down as well, with MicroStrategy inside day closer to breaking lower. For Powers. Yep, all right, yeah, Powers is already looking at him. NVO, yeah, nice rev strat day you got there. Alaska Air Group at the last hour, last day of the week, they actually went 3-2-2 week. Let's see if any other airlines are moving. Nope, airlines are 2-2 day down. So if you go to XRP daily for the crypto traders, you'll see we have some pivots to work our way through on the day. All these guys, so could very easily speed things up if we can start getting out of this daily mother bar. To start, you still have Dow and IWM at the 2 down day and near the lows. SPY and Qs are still inside day, so SPY and Qs still nothing. Financials, RevStrat still kicking into the downside. Healthcare's is setting up the outside 15er pivot machine gun for an outside day. So healthcare's a little bit more firm than the rest of the market this morning, with the staples a little bit more firm. And we're going to get the second 15ers of the day in a few minutes, so the day is still young. And we got SPY and Qs inside day, so how are we going to change that is the question. And I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, hood is closer to inside day up. You're right. First, Keith asked. Ooh, IBM, Sarah. It's a nice one with the rev strat day. Ripple is still inside day down. SPY messing about its little outside fiver, so small price discovery to start the day there. Intel did go rev strat 1, 2, 2, 5 minute. We are still in the equilibrium, but it is trying to break. You can see the day goes slightly red. The thing with Intel is like, we want the day to go down like 4% because every percent it goes down, the worse it gets for anyone still holding on. But we'll see. Staples, after going into the top of their broadening formation, stall out a little bit right here. All the energies went inside on the 15s. Is it really negative 14 right now? You gotta be kidding me. Negative 15. Holy. Too late to get in Costco on the 1-3 day. So before you start trading, you have to understand magnitude. Because if you still have magnitude, it's not too late. You have to have lower time frame though. So for a 3 to happen, you would have to see us in force as like a 3-2-15er above this 976.94. Right now, you have a broadening formation and it's trying to go back to low of day. So we wouldn't even be trying to buy this right now. It's trying to go to low of day on a intraday basis on a 15-minute. You see on a 5-minute basis, it's a rev stratting. So there's nothing we can do about that right now. SPY is 3225er to take yesterday's lows. So 5-minute group to trigger the daily group potentially. Dow Jones smacking the lows, 2 day down, still in trouble. With IWM still 2 day down. Intel should help those guys out if we can get out of this inside bar here. You can see Intel back to red on the day, so we want that to be red. So financials are hitting the lows. Healthcare's, they did not get the 15ers going, so they're trying to negate. So do we really have any leadership at this point? Besides energy's gapping up, a little bit of staples. Not really. You can see today and right now on the 60s, most guys are 2s down besides energies and staples. So at this point, market's a little bit weaker. But SPY and Qs are still inside. Yep, XLF still has the rev strat day in force. Also still has the potential 3-month. Intel to the lows. Intel to the lows. Puke. I used next week's options and they're at 22%. But you can see that RevStrat 5-minute kicks it in. And as we say, a RevStrat with full time frame continuity would have no reason to fail. Now, RevStrat into a kicking pattern also would have little to no reason to fail. At this point, the only thing you could say is maybe that monthly group that was buying is still here. But according to price discovery, we're trying to come back through those guys. You can see we're nowhere near at this point. But for next week, they'll have a big old shooter. Or maybe an outside week. We'll see how weak they are today. But there is the lows Intel. Puke Intel, my bad. Puke. Early morning. So while the market recovers a little bit, Intel's still pounding the lows. And you can see the redder, again, the redder this gets, the worse it is. Like imagine you bought at 53 yesterday. It's at 45, right? Now imagine you come back to your computer an hour later and it's at 44 and then 43, right? It gets a lot worse. The redder this gets. So we want it to get really red to try and come back through some of these guys. And this rejection occurs for more than one day. So you can see this is a 3-day chart, which means this has 3 days to happen, which is why I have next Fridays. You could use 0DTE the same, but we'll see if they can stay down there or not. SPY is still chopping them up. Intel puts for money. Yes. The key is, because we put that out for everyone yesterday night. The key is you need to pair everything together properly. Is Intel kicking pattern, right? So we already have the pattern. We know how we're entering that. The kicking pattern becomes extremely high probability when it occurs at the top of an uptrend, right? So like Costco, like this. This is exactly what Intel's doing today, right? You got these guys who bought, bad news or whatever came out, and gets them killed. And it's even worse when it happens on good news because people can get really blown out. But we'll see. They haven't really dropped that much today. SPY is still firm. Q's still firm. Dow Jones, you can see, is coming back. Potential 3 on the 15. And then IWM is coming back. So things are firming up. So you might not get much more out of Intel. As you can see, so they sell, we get the new low a day. We want to see them stay down there. We don't want to come back into this morning range. Materials are a lot stronger than the rest. All the energies will be an inside 15 into the flip. All right, Intel makes another low. So you can see what happened. They tried to bring it back in here, got rejected, still selling. Tesla, let's see, rev strat in the week. So Tesla, you just gotta be aware you're right in the middle of previous price discovery. So now we're starting to restart this stuff like such. So SPY, as we get to the next 30s, inside 15, you might have a slight pivot machine gun intraday. So you can see the US 500 inside 15.31. It's got 2 minutes, so they might actually break it prior to the flip here. But you can see we have all these highs that are going to come back through. And if we zoom out, again, we still have this much bigger price discovery. If the buyer's buying, so anytime the 15, the 60's green, the 60's green, they're trying to get back through all this, which would be 26 points. We just got to be aware SPY is inside day. So we need to see that work. But you'll see hammer 30 SPY, outside 30 Qs, hammer 30 maybe on the Dow if they want to try and firm things up. IWM, not so much. Netflix on the gappers. Sarah just mentioned it is a 2 down, 1, 2 up day. So they firm up a little bit after gapping them down in Netflix. So SPY, you can see they go 15ers up, which firms things up with a hammer 30 forming to cause an outside 60. But you'll notice we have our price discovery inside, restarts price discovery, new highs, new lows to the inside bar. So they're trying to go to yesterday's highs. We're just inside day. So we'll have to see the second 30s of the day. Do they get them reversing on the Dow, SPY, and the Qs? Sarah just mentioned for the futures guys, 4-hour inside up in the NASDAQ and the ES futures. Still see SPY, they reverse the 30s, but they're still inside day. And the reason that matters is because of this. This creates a new 3. So we have to understand, since we're inside day, this would be that consolidation that's occurring on the inside day. We need to get out of that and break out if we're going to cause it to. So right now it's not into expansion yet. Second 30s of the day, Intel. At this point, they firm up inside bar. So they sold a little bit. Second 30 of the day, the seller's gone. If the seller's going to come back, we need to see low day again to get this thing 2 into the downside. So right now, you can see there's some profit taking going on. Tesla is double outside 15 to the upside, causing the rev strat weak for Chuck. So you can see Intel are still sitting inside 5, so we get it inside 5 down and get that seller still selling. Utilities still at the lows. Staples closer to reversing off the highs. So still a little bit of conflict, but SPY is stronger. 2-230s, Qs with the 3-230s. Down IWM are still weaker, no reversals. So you can see SPY in here. This would be the price discovery. We want to get out of that if we're going to become at 2 on the day, which occurs here. So this would be the support we'd want to see to get out of it. You can see Q's already broke out of it with the 3-230, like this, to cause the scenario 2 on the day. And what makes it even worse for Intel is, imagine you're long Intel, the whole market starts recovering, all the semis start recovering, and Intel's still pounding the lows. That'd be even worse for those guys. So you can see, if we look at the second 30 of the day, if that's red, the seller is still present in Intel, unlike SPY. So IWM and Dow, you can see IWM's right back to the lows. So small cappers. Still bringing them back into the range. You can see on US 500, like we said, with the 15er, it broke before the flip, but you'll see break, 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 price discovery up here. And it's expansion. So where's ES going? 20 points higher. It's going to go take that out. And you'll note, most traders will say, oh, we didn't make the new low. But the price discovery within that range, we saw new lows, new highs, new lows. They consolidated, new lows, new highs. So we have the slight lower low to this, which could get us into these highs and break the consolidation. If they're strong enough, right? Since resistance is broadening this level, we connect it properly right here, 6914. That would be the level. If they start bringing them back in, we might stop more guys out. If we're going to expand, we want to be above that. Intel makes another low a day, so you can see, what does that tell us? Well, the seller that was willing to sell into new lows, which is an aggressive seller because they're selling at the bid, they're willing to sell at the bid again. They're selling into another new low. But the question is, right, can they follow through on that? Because we want to start taking some of these pivots out, causing some problems. So if we look at the futures, you can see they act as support there, 69.14. But do they stay out of that? We go to gappers, we go to the 30s. 2-2 reversals, Oracle, Norwegian Cruise Lines, and Carnival. Let's see. So Oracle gap down buy. They're already kicking off the 30s, but most traders, they look at this and they're like, I missed it. The buyer's already buying. But if you know the buyer's buying, what you look for is red bars, right? So Oracle, they take off on the 30. Can you get like an inside oneer to then start going back rev strat or something like that, right? Just need some slightly red bars in there, and then you can try and hit it. they're going to go outside day on Oracle, it'd be the 1-3 rev strat day at the bottom of the broadening range down in here from a gap down. Netflix is confirming for now. It's above yesterday's highs. All the energies went inside bar down, which also means they could rev strat back up. OIH, XOP. Uraniums went 15ers back up. 322 URA. UEC would be one of those in the uraniums. Let's see. It's still inside day. Same with quadruple U. So, got a lot of inside days there too. Just to make it trickier, right? SPY and Qs are... Let's see. Yeah, Qs is still inside by like a penny, it seems. Yeah, 5 cents. And that does matter because if you're inside, the broadening formation would still look something like this. So that's why we want to kick into expansion and get outside of the broadening formation. And just looking at it, right, they buy it with full time frame continuity. Notice it went green here. So they buy the Qs for sure. And then this would be setting up the measured move, consolidation to keep buying if they're going to expand this range. The SPY is also setting up inside 5 minute. They want to try and get the measured move like we drew out here off of the morning session. IWM is still getting destroyed. Shooter day with your price discovery back to the downside at 260. And then Dow Jones is still inside on the 30 minutes. So it's just hard to say because when you have half the market consolidating, half the market going down, you know, the leadership is on the downside at that point. So are we going to be able to change that around? So far, indexes, they make those new highs here. Nothing happens. So what's this one? Lemonade, LMND? This could be. Nah, this is what we say. This is definitively above the yearly open at 71.77 going to 187. That's a nice one. Yeah, nice outside 60 this morning too for the breakout traders. Silver just about kissed 100. Yeah, so if you recall, this is why we put out our macro video. We told everyone, silver, anytime we're above right here, 72, that's a big problem for the region or for the banks, right? Banks are short silver, silver's broadening expansion. So most traders don't believe, you know, they don't understand when the range expands, it expands. So it's up 27% from the macro, and those banks are in trouble, which is probably the only reason we see this bank weakness, at least from what we can see, right? Home builders, they're going to daily magnitude now. Sarah offer NVO 15er, nice. Industrial's still coming in. IWM still coming in. Costco, yeah, there you go. So you can see when you're trying to buy Costco, you need the green day red bars first, then an actionable signal. So red bars, actionable signal into the daily that you're trying to play. Because if you try and just buy it randomly at high day, you're going to get stopped out, and then it's going to go without you. But you can see the red bars here to time that. This red bar here to time this bar. Going nice and green. Staples still not really doing much. What about retail? Nope, retail's bringing them in. Reddit's about to go outside day 1-3. Hood, you have shooter 15er off the highs, but it actually closes in 1 minute. Maybe the inside 30 will set up later. Pan W, RevStrat 15er, potentially shooter counters hammer to cause 1-3 RevStrat day. Oil sector, do we follow features of the ETF? This is coming off our yearly signals in OIH and yearly signals in XLE. 47.42. So similar to last time, oil had a pretty big move in 2022. We had our yearly signal telling us that was going to happen. So we got our yearly signal this year. The only thing is it's slightly different. We don't have all that previous range we had last year. We're working with this. So we've already hit the magnitude on XLE on the yearly. OIH, it's been a lot higher. So, but if we do look at the US oil, this is like a decade, like very big consolidation. Look at the 5-year chart. So it spent 5 years, half a decade consolidating. And it made new lows, rejected, made a 3. Right? And then we're right dead in the middle. So at best, you would see oil, maybe go to $94, but it is pretty much stuck. So when we look at this, this would be pretty much your current price discovery that's going on. It's a decent little range, right? But the stocks just seem to have a bit more range than oil. So Q's still mother bar 5er at the highs. So Q's still measured move candidate. But the rest of the market, IWM is still weak. Intel, you had slight corrective activity on the 5ers, these slight green bars, and that's what's going to cause it to go down if we can break through them. Still inside 5er, though. When would a good silver short occur? Well, it would occur below the yearly open, below $67. And we're nowhere near that. We're not shorting silver. You don't short this. Like if you've never seen what this is before, you don't short this condition unless you're back into here, 72.82. Reason being, if we go to SPX, just to give a historical example of what shorting that condition would do. that is the same thing as shorting SPX. Anytime it's above this, you're getting blown out of your short the whole time, right? Doesn't matter where you try to short it, you just get destroyed. So that would be the range expansion. Same thing silver's doing. It'd be like shorting SPX here as well. Anytime price is above this, it's like trying to short there, right? Blown out, absolutely demolished. Look at this thing trended up for like 20 years from here to here. Shorts got demolished in that, right? And then it's like trying to short SPX in this. Here's your range. It gets above here, blown out, right? Maybe you get a little bit, but blown out the whole way up. Similar to shorting SPX in this, right? When this was above here. So we don't want to short when this is in expansion. It's like if you try to short gold when gold broke 193. Same idea. It's not a good idea. Now, if it's going to come back in, right? You would need at least a weekly reversal. This thing has not reversed on a weekly basis since over here. At $47 it reversed. It is now 90% higher, and it has yet to reverse. The inside week measured move caused this to keep going. So we had reversal, and then we had a continuation signal, and it's still going, right? They're getting demolished, right? The shorts are screwed. Intel fighting for its life? It is. So like when you look at price like this, you can think there might be some sitting on the bid going on here, or the sellers just really aren't that aggressive. We don't know. Which is why, as long as the day's red, we'd prefer to be short, because if the sellers are still here and they just keep selling into new low a day, eventually whatever orders are sitting down here that they need to fill, they'll be filled. They'll just keep going. IREN, let's see. So I like your playing with the inside bars, good. Hammer 60, good. Hammer 30. So the thing is, we just gotta be aware, this 30 is only bullish if we're above that. 52.56, right? And you have 10 minutes left. So if you took that and you're sitting here and you're just down 16 cents, it's not working. It needs to be above this. You got 10 more minutes left. SPY. So you can see they went inside 5 and then signal down, down, down. So far, nothing, right? They bought into high day, still inside day SPY, and then they reverse back down. So Qs is still mother bar, so Qs is holding up a little better. Dow is still inside 30. IWM is a little bit worse off. You see this fiver in here, they got destroyed on that. So on the futures, you can see they come and test this stuff back in here, but they didn't reclaim all this. They firm up. So what are they trying to do? Try and take these highs out again. We want to see expansion of that, right? If we can get out of here, then we can start talking about yesterday's highs. IREN is a 3. Yeah, it's also hammer on the 60. So you got this hammer outside bar, which is the most aggressive hammer you can get. Unless, you know, besides having a scenario 1 before it. And since we're coming into the flip, we can actually scan for those. So if we go 60s, we look for 1, and we look for a 3. Here's all your 1-3s on the 60s. So you can see there's a good chunk of them. So we're going to have to filter through that. We go to gappers first, C, D, E, and HL. So HL would be momentum hammer after triangle day out, and then CDE is also momentum hammer. And these are minors. So while gold and silver are just trucking away, we would draw these broadening formations out in the minors. Now, is it the biggest move? Not really. Let's see what we got for reversals on the gappers. So 2 down in green, Oracle, Norwegian Cruise Lines, Marvel. So Marvel, you can see here, inside 30 on the gap list. Notice price discovery, they made the new lows, and then they formed the inside 30. So we'd prefer going through the other side of the range. Oracle and MCLH. Oracle, so like we said, Oracle, how do you get in here? Right, boom, 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 slight red bar, there, that's where you get it. And then here, slight red bar, there. 2 red oneers, there. Off they go. So notice that 30, it kicked in. If you're going to chase into it, it's not chasing if you wait for corrective activity. But now, Oracle, you'll have the 62.2, which could kick things into an outside day to the upside at the bottom of it, again, bottom of this downtrend. So we got all these shorts we could take out with us. Oops, sorry about that. Qs, yep, there's your 2 up on the day. Momentum hammer Qs, so it is the stronger of the bunch, and you'll see that measured move like we were talking about. Sideways for 15 minutes, it breaks there. Boom, there's your broadening expansion. You'll note this occurs with all known participation groups taking the offer. So your measured move is occurring with full time frame continuity. In SPY, you'll see re-break, there's your broadening expansion. So again, if we're taking yesterday's highs, price discovery must be expanding since we are in consolidation on the daily. So we'd have to be above that. 689.51. With the new 60s opening shortly, we'll have outside 60 SPY and Qs. The Dow will be a hammer. And then IWM, maybe a hammer 30, but a little weaker in IWM. On the intraday basis, long-term IWM has better continuity. Semis, you'll see the 2260 setting up semis with a pivot machine gun, so that's definitely something to be aware of as we get to the flip. Let's get this over here and see what we got. Apple, after going lower, hammer 60 to try and rev strat the day in your technology. Apple. And tech is a 2 going 3 day. Obviously, Qs is 2 up. So Apple, Qs, they move together. And Qs is stronger than the rest of the market because it's a 2 up on the day. So tech is now taking the lead from IWM, which is weaker today. See US 500, 2 up continuation fiver. This is still in expansion. As long as we're above all of this stuff. So we got about 4 minutes. And that will be what, second or third 30s of the day as well. Uranium's UEC hammer 322 60 minutes. That's up with uranium's. We mentioned the 15 off the bottom of the range this morning, and it does come back through. In the chips, Teradyne will be hammer 60. With Soxel / Semiconductors SMH, Western Digi will be a hammer. STX is going to be hammer 60. ENTG will be 322 60 minute. So you got chips and ENTG. Intel on the 30, you can see that seller gone, right? They sold a little bit more and then screen. So, still down 1.4%. It's just not down very much. So as we get to the next second 60 of the day, Intel, unless it's going lower, we really don't have much going on here right now. So we will see them open inside 60. JPM hits its outside month target. Nice. You can see XLF at the Rev Strat. They're still working on it, but they go inside 60. SPY now second 60 of the day. So the question is, are we going to get out of that scenario 3 on the 60-minute SPY? Ideally, we get out of it to the upside like Q's with a 3-2-60 up. As you'll see, the 3 is the broadening formation, which tells us if we make high day and we don't stay up here, may reject and go the other way. Q's is stronger though, so we'd want to see them go. Dow, you'll see closer to the inside 30 reversal. And IWM goes inside 60 and firms things up. So they're no longer going down across the board on the 60s. Quadruple U goes 60s up. Uraniums are still inside 30. Semis did go 60s up. Tech 3-2-60s up. Really about it. Staples are closer to 30s and 60s down. You can see the sectors, energies are the most firm, and then everything else is still, relatively weak in comparison. And energies aren't even going up very much, so can we become a 2? Netflix, yeah, your inside day up is still true. So Intel with the 3 on the 15, they're now 3-2 up, which means aggressive buyer, 3. And 2 up is the continuation of that as a broadening formation. But if they can go back into the 3, give us another low day and the first daily target. All right, here's the sectors. So look at this. 90% of the market becomes scenario 1. Oof, right? How are you going to fix that? And you can watch intraday if you have the scanner. What you can do is you can take like the utilities and look and see what just happened. Hourly breakdown. So you see 68% of utilities are going sideways. At the open, 68% were going down. We still have 30% of those just right away continuing lower. Financials, we'll see the same. We still have some of them going down, but most of those go inside. CoreWeave, HYMC, CLS, AMAT, all going 3-2 up 60s. So those are the things confirming. So you can see CoreWeave here, 3-2 up 60, trying to go outside day. MU's all-time highs. HYMC is also all-time highs. Or not all-time highs, never mind. So CoreWeave has a magnitude to go outside. CLS, outside 60 hammer, has a magnitude to attempt to go reversal day. It is a decent size mover, so you got some slight lower lows in there. Might get the 2-2 day CLS. Rocket Lab, 3-2 hammer 60 confirms the hammer day. Setting up the hammer week for next week. Intel is still expanding that broadening formation to the upside. LRCX in the semis breaks 3-2 up. So we got a few more hitting the list. IREN from, I forget who mentioned it in chat, but you got your 3-2 up. So you can see how the 30 re-break gets you in. And the 63-2 gets your add in there as well. Hughes is 3-2 up, confirming. AMAT's 3-2 60s up, so you got simultaneous break semis with the Qs. AMAT is a hammer 60 at the bottom of the range, above 320.84. Confirming XLK and SMH. So if we pull those 60s back up, we can see where the most trends are going to start. And you can see on an hourly breakdown, we still don't see that much, right? Tech, you get about 18% of it going up. So is tech leading right now? Yes. But is everything else pretty much just red? Also, yes, right? So why does that matter? Well, it matters because IWM is still going down. Dow Jones is still not going up, although they firmed up as an inside 60, still not going up. And then SPY and Qs are up a little bit. Qs is up the most, right? So we can say tech, yeah, definitely rotating into tech. But are they selling everything and buying tech? I don't know. We haven't really seen them do that in a long while. So we'll have to see. Right now, we would say, yeah, most things are down. Tech is at the highs. APLD is pretty much at the top of the list for tech, with Wix, with Hut. Ooh, Hut, that's a nice one. Look at this. Nice hammer 60 and Hut. And again, if you're late to the break, that's okay. Look for like a red 3-minute. Red 2-minute, a red 1-minute, right? You can just get in right after one of those. Easy way to get in. We just want to find where those buyers are really buying. Oracle still 60s up, confirming. So APLD and HUT be the two places to be, and those have decently cheap options as well. HUT looks a lot better than APLD. It's got a magnitude to like 62.5, 63. You see on the futures, deja vu, right? They go up, inside bar, and then they didn't do anything. Go up, they go inside bar, but this one broke slightly up. Now the thing is, it's momentum. So the question is, is that strong enough, or are we still just, chopping them up a little bit? It's hard to give them the benefit of the doubt when we don't see Dow and IWM firming up. Financials are still at the lows. Healthcare's is now inside 30s down, so healthcare's is reversing and confirming that on the 30s. Materials is still near the lows. Staples is still doing nothing. Real estate's utilities are still weak. So there's just not much to say at that point. At least not much evidence that we can point to. It's like Ripple, after taking the day down, is trying to rev strat the day the other direction. So if we go on a 4-hour basis, they've really been chopping them up in here, but you'll see the mother bar breaks. That's the consolidation break, which starts movement. Now the question is, do we stay above all this stuff and go pivot machine gun? Back through all of this stuff as a rev strat? Or are we going to re-break the downside? At this point, they are reclaim. SPY, the inside fiver, they're still working on high day for the 3260 break with the Q's already there. Tech is already 3260. Semis is 22, although it's not really doing much. Went up a little bit, but that was it. Apple on the hammer 60. Boom. Above 247.49, up they go. And you'll note, when you take losers, like everyone that shorted the morning Apple, and you take them into a loss, it should just go right away, which it does. IREN, yep. So like we said, that 3-2 add. So you add to it on your 60 here. Now, the only thing you have to be aware of is what we call short-term exhaustion, like this. So when you get all the nearby pivots taken out, anyone that was short in here, they're gone. At least, that's how we think. So we'll be aware of that, but at this point, they're just ripping, right? They're buying. You can see how the 5-minute rev strat and IREN caused all that. If we go to the 30-minute, that 2-2 that was pointed out. I'm not sure exactly. Yeah, it was Tiny Jungle, I think. Yeah, Tiny Jungle. So that 2-2-30 causes the potential 3-day. And then that 3-2-60 hammer confirms it. But it's now got to just stay up there. We don't want to see it back below 53.39. So we have another 46 minutes, as long as price is above here, to try and take out that outside day. You can see Intel, their 30's up. So notice that once that 30 went green, we have no evidence of that seller anymore. And now what are they trying to do? Well, they just made new lows. So price discovery, they're trying to make new highs, which is why we want stuff to just go, especially on kickers. This should have just dropped like 10-15% this morning if they really wanted to sell it. Now, that doesn't mean they can't sell it later today, but we're going to need to see a 60 or 30-minute signal to the downside, which right now it is in force to the upside, trying to go to high a day. So we're not seeing anything from there, sadly. It does confirm, technically it confirms the semis. Financials still hitting the lows. So it's regional banks for the most part, dragging them in. And then I think it was insurers. Last time we were looking at these. Allstate, look at that. Nice 60, or nice daily reclaim of that stuff. Yeah, so Aflac inside day down, taking the RevStrap month down potentially. So that's where we're seeing some issues. Tesla, there is no thoughts. It's never a thought. It's always, what is price actually doing? So price inside week last week went down. The second it's green above 529 or 429.36, it had a magnitude to go 7% higher. So today they're just confirming that. You'll see this morning they had a broadening formation like this. So they made the new highs, they made the new lows. Then they go inside bar, which restarts the price discovery. So they go new highs, new lows. And then right there, the slight lower low, and then boom, starting to go back to these highs. Best to sort gappers by volume. No, you just go and look at them. So if we go to gappers, where did my scanner go? You just go here, gappers. There they are. We prefer to see the ones that are moving a lot because they tend to have news. Hughes is still 3-2 expansion above the morning highs with Apple gunning to the highs. SPY 3260 breaks SPY. So what does that do? Confirms Qs. Dow Jones is still inside. IWM is still inside, so it's just half the market. So it's not as strong as it could be. But SPY and Qs, they are stronger. So market is going up over there, and Dow Jones is closer to reversing. Again, with Apple gunning. HUTs, very slight corrective 5-minute activity. So now if we look at the sectors, you can see it's financials going down, tech that's going up, which makes it surprising that SPY is even really moving at all to begin with. Right? We really don't have that much of the market going, so it's just because of the cap weighting. If we look at the equal weight S&P 500, you can see down and then inside. So the equal weight, we actually have most things going down at the moment. Staples are a little firmer. Energies take out the morning lows as 60s down. So gap up, sell in XLE and OIH. Gap up, sell OIH right now. Sorry, I didn't get to mention it, but Intel, you had a nice little fiver. Inside bar, signal down, pivot machine gun of these guys. To see the 222 momentum 30 short signal on the 30-minute Intel. HUT, like we mentioned, triangle layout, 5-minute corrective activity, boom. Right? So it's always let them get short first and then hit it. Let them get short here, then hit it. Let them get short here, then hit it. You see Qs is still 3-2 expansion to the upside with full time frame continuity. SPY get. So you see the 30 reversal on SPY, still good. The 63.2, still good. So we go to US 500. At the bottom of price discovery, which broke here as an expansion of these guys. Stopped some guys out, retesting all that stuff, and then up they went. And then here is the expansion of that. And again, notice slightly red, and then it expands. You always want to take guys into a loss. Now, like we said with price discovery, this is all inside of this range here, which is why we have those, relatively equal lows being formed. So we're looking to take out the highs of this stuff, and if they're going to go today, you need to stay up there. So like we said, if we're expanding this, we're going to be going up here, so we'll see if they're strong enough to do it. Now, if we go to the US 2000, which is your IWM, you can see at this point, they're retesting all that stuff, but nowhere near reversing at this point. The Dow Jones, a little bit better. So you can see they stopped some guys out. This would be your bigger triangle here. So they stop some of these guys out, and then they form the inside 60 futures setup for the futures traders. You can see, compare that to the QQQ, which went 3, 3, 2, boom. So we go back to the Qs, 3, 2, boom, which was on the 30 here, but on the 60 on the futures. Let's see Netflix. So it is inside day up. You got this gap to work with, though. So you can see right now they're dealing with this resistance up in here. So we'll have to see. Interestingly, while the Qs made high a day, semis still not really going anywhere. You see Apple, though, hammer 60 Apple to cause the Rev Strat day. Not too shabby. It's like discretionary with Amazon. They're really ripping back, which is helping those indexes. Costco, nice outside day. You got there, Costco. Remember we were talking about this. So you can see that broadening formation we drew out. Notice how price discovery has to expand. Right? All these previous highs. When it starts expanding this access support, that's when you're going to go into your targets. So from here to target 1, and then target 2's up there. For the Costco Lotto players, because I was on our nightly vid for you guys. And not even the nightly vid, I didn't post it, but nightly watch list, right? Let's see, ASTS is closer to getting those 6 or the inside day moving, still in double inside. You see XOP, XLE, OIH, all 60s down. So what this is showing us is a simultaneous break. Since we have access to the data, we can actually, go and see what that's looking like in the energies. Look at this. So although all of those break, it's not all of them down. Financials, you have, vastly more downtrends there. But you can see most of the market's still inside. So when we look at this, most of the market's still going sideways. SPY and Qs are still pretty firm though. So if the whole market goes inside and then reverses, you know, 32 minutes from now, SPY and Qs could go rocketing off. Is at that point the whole market would then be firming up. But for now, you are inside a lot of this stuff. You'll see Intel setting up the 222 momentum continuation setup on the 30-minute. And for those that don't know, when you have momentum, we expect breaks to go relatively instantly. So this is one of those types of setups where it goes 2 down, then it breaks 2 up, and then if it breaks 2 down again, it should just puke. Similar to RevStrat. Hut MF. Hut motherfucker, right? That's funny. So you see Hut, we did get high a day off of that, but they might have to triangle out again. You got some slight profit takers. SPY is like 2 points from finishing out that price discovery right up in here for the US 500. And right now we do have a majority of downtrends, so just being aware of that. I wonder what the RSP, the equal weight SPY. Like, look at the equal weight SPY right now. Most things are going down. So this is rotation out of a lot of things into a few. So if we just go to the 60s, one thing I wish we could do is filter by the gain on the 60, but can't. You can see there's a lot of tech. So Microsoft, Oracle, Now, Bill, Meta, ASTS, Into, Netflix, App, MU, Reddit. So you got a lot of tech names they're going into. Palantir. And I think Palantir was inside day yesterday as well. Yeah, inside day up Palantir. So look at this daily broadening formation range. Where's Palantir trying to go? Well, it's trying to go back up here, right? So inside day Palantir is marking the bottom of this. They can firm things up. Setting up the Hammer RevStrat, or no, Hammer 2 down, 2 up a week, setting up the RevStrat month for next month if the weekly works next week. So Palantir inside day for the swingers to try and set up your weekly signals. Where would you place your stop? Depends where you buy it. If you go 225er, it looks like this. There's your stop. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to get the one where, okay, it goes red, stops them out, and then you get in, and then you put your stop break even, it never comes back. That's all you're trying to do. Because if we know price is aggregating on the offer today and they're going to try and go up there, either we're right and it doesn't come back to our price, or we're wrong and it does. We don't want to go like this. That's not what we want to do. So if we go to Palantir, we're taking a daily signal, it'd look like this. Either manage it to there, or you manage it to the 60. So you could go 60 open, or you could do the low of the 60 you enter on. Because it should just go. If we're right, and price is going from 168 and it's going to go to 200, we just don't want to see it on 168 anymore. Like SPY. The 3260. If we're right, and we say price discovery looks like this on the 60, new high, new low, and then a 3, it should just break 689, 86, and it just shouldn't come back. Especially if everyone's taking the offer, which is what's happening here all morning. Slightly red, buy, slightly red, buy, red, buy, red, buy, boom, boom, boom. Take them out. You see XRP USD outside hammer 4 hour breaking up. So you got that 60 pivot machine gun really kicking in off of the 30 pivot machine gun. Boom, 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 boom. Just take them all out. Dow Jones is breaking its sideways 60 to the upside, and then IWM is still very much an inside 60 minute. So we can go and take a look. Let's go to the RSP and see. So you can see they firm up a little bit, right, on the equal weight. Now when we look at this, if they do start buying everything, we got nice pivots to come back through, which is good. We go in here on a sector basis, you can see it's still pretty conflicted in there. But tech is leading, communications leading, staples a little bit, discretionary a little bit. So we can see the market's still firm. Most things inside besides financials, utilities, energies. At your entry. Yeah, so you just have to realize if we're looking at a hammer, it is supposed to go nearly instantly. So if we buy it and it goes, it should not come back. This is what a winning position looks like. And it's just the definition of what a winning trade looks like. It looks like this. 2-2 reversal. And then it doesn't come back to our signal. This is a winning position. Because at the point of the entry we get in, price never comes back to our price. That's a winning trade. So if that's what it looks like and we have the hammer, before this even breaks, we know. Above that, it's going there. And if that happens, it shouldn't come back to my entry, if I'm right. So above that, you're in with a tight stop. It goes up here. Should never come back to your entry if you're right. Right? And then when we are right, we're very right. When we're wrong, we're very slightly wrong. It's like this shooter right there. Boom. Shouldn't come back. Down they go. So you can see if we're incorrect, 2-2. All right, boo-hoo. 15 cents loss. Okay, next one. 2-2 up, didn't work. Maybe at worst you lose 70 cents, but probably not even that much. 2-2 back down, starts going, there you go. You're in. Boom. You make it all back. That's $5. So we go to SPY this morning. It's going to be a little trickier on a 15 basis. But there's your 2-2 30 minute. And you'll see it doesn't go instantly right off of the signal because of the inside day. They're chopping them up. But they go 2, close out above your entry price, and then they never come back. This price never came back to your entry price, which is what we want to see. Now, what we do see is SPY. They made some slightly higher highs, and they go 2-2 reversal. Like we've been saying, most things are not going up right now. So if SPY reverses, it may not be the best thing in the world. Now, we would still say most things are firm. Dow is inside bar. IWM is inside. So there's nothing directly countering the SPY and Qs besides energies. That's really, little utilities, little financials, but that's about it. So just kind of boring stuff right now. So Intel, the 222, if it was going to create a winning position, right? The first thing you can do is you can use this, the Rev Strat on the 3 minute to trigger it. So instead of going on the 30 with a very wide stop, you can do this to cause the 30 pivots because your target becomes a trigger of a bigger time frame. So if that was going to work on like a 3 minute basis, it would cause the 30 minute down. And then if that happens, it'd be another entry to try and cause low of day to break. And if that works, we do have an additional daily signal that'd be down here, our daily target, and then we might have more. Trigger to 3 up. That was not the entry trigger. As we've discussed with RevStrats many times on the VIP announcements, it was one of the, I think we have some videos in there. When this is 2 down in green, that's when we know it's going somewhere. So anytime it's above 97140, the magnitude was to take this out. So if it's green on the day, that's where it's trying to go today. And then you need the 30, the 15, the 5. You need the signals. Like, let's just inside 15 minute. This signal causes the day to do it. So this is not the trigger. That is the target. That's the target. The trigger would be this inside 15. The trigger would be this hammer fiver, or this inside fiver, which came back, or this RevStrat fiver, the 132, or this 322 fiver if you're going to try and play momentum into full time frame continuity. The trigger on a 3 or an outside day is a lower time frame because a 3 is not actionable. Neither is a 2 going 3 actionable. So like SPY this morning. In order for SPY, if we go to the 4 hour, you'll see it. In order for SPY to go outside 4 hour, you can see to the penny it hits target, makes the low and it goes green here at 688.17 with a magnitude of 690.95. So anytime above that, we know price is going there. So if we go to a 5 minute, this 2-2 signal fiver causes that to go green on the day in the 4 hour. Then you'll see they go down. In this case, momentum shooter, this gets countered when it goes green here. That is the what we'd call momentum signal, countering the momentum shooter in the direction of the outside 4 hour. And then inside bar, continuation. Slight corrective activity, it ticks down. That's your triangle or your broadening formation. Goes green here and then in the direction of the outside 4 hour. So this signal causes it, and then this would be corrective activity, corrective activity, corrective activity, and then profit taking. Yeah. So you can sell at your targets, but if you're going to try and press your winners, right there, 3225er, you sell at your target, you make some money. You could ever stop something like this. Like you risk another 80 cents. If Costco's really going to go today, you risk 80 cents to make $6. That's pretty good. And if it doesn't work, so be it. You already took their money. Ideally, you took a lot of it if you're watching for this outside day today. So financials, bottom of their broadening formation, 30s go 2-2 up. So they firm up with about 18 minutes left on the 30s, setting up the 2260 financials. So firms those up a little bit. Real estate's also firming up on the 30s. You can see Intel at this point. The 30, if we would have been trying on a lower time frame to trigger it, didn't work. So still inside 30, still inside 60. So as we get to the next flip, 17 minutes, we'll be inside 30 Intel and inside 60 Intel on the gap list. So if we're looking at this, if we were trying to get this thing to really puke, we'd prefer to see it go like this. So we could get the nice rev strat in there. Now, is that guaranteed? Nope. We'll have to see what's the next two on the 30s and the 60s. At this point, you got this mother bar problem here. Inside, inside, still inside. Mess. So you can see on the US 500 exactly what we'd want to see. New high, down they go. New low, back to the highs, up they go. So we got our nice little expansion in here. And it expanded the range about 15 points. In the financials, Goldman Sachs will be potentially RevStrat 30, setting up the 60 inside at this point. Let's go around the horn on the sectors and see what we're working with. So you can see Qs, again, the strongest in the sectors and the indexes is your tech. IWM, small cappers still having issues. VIX is still to the lows, so there's not much fear in the market today. Financials, probably one of the weaker ones with the regional banks. Yep. You'll see Microsoft is really getting, looks like off an inside day PMG. Meta's moving pretty well. Apple obviously is going for the outside day. So a lot of your big cap tech we see, which is holding the market up. And because of that, Apple should go outside day, right? If they're buying all the other tech, we'll see them. Side of that, you got gold and silver also going up, so they're crazy market, right? They're buying gold and silver, they're buying mega caps today. Tech is already a 3 on the day, so that's a broadening formation. And energies, although they're coming off the highs, they're still nowhere near really changing anything. If we look at those 60s today, you see SPY and Qs took the morning highs out, so anyone short in there, they had issues. Semis did take the morning highs, didn't do much. Tech took yesterday's highs for the outside day. If you look at where your inside bars are at, Dow Jones is inside, healthcare's inside, biotech's inside, materials inside on the 60. Biotech's again. Airlines are inside, so we'll have some equilibriums that are cooking up. We'll see. We still got about 14 minutes for those to close out. Then IWM is also inside. So looks like the miners are inside with NVIDIA as well. So we got, some inside bars cooking up for the flip, which hopefully, increase some of this volatility here. It's been pretty slow this morning. But SPY, you'll see inside fiber at high day. So some profit takers show up in there. And again, if we go to RSP, this point, it's really just like your mega caps that are dragging the market higher. Oops, sorry about that. We'll switch over here. Different view. Intel, inside 15 signal setting up with the inside 60, still inside 30. So we might have some domino trades in there. But it is mother bar. So look at this 15, right? This is buyers and sellers actively, or, they're disinterested. But actively, they're agreeing on prices here. They agreed on price here. They agreed on price here. They agreed on price here. They're still agreeing on the 60-minute. So that's got to break. They got to disagree at some point. I'll be back in a short few minutes, and then we'll take a look at the scan. the VIX is still smacking the lows at this point. Which normally, that's an early warning sign that they might go and start buying the rest of the market. But at this point, we're not seeing much of anything to really discuss. At least not on the most liquid stuff. We can take a look at, where the biggest movers are today and see what they're looking like. Which looks like this. The scanner. See what the biggest gainers, biggest losers look like. HYMC still at the highs. Core Weave, you might get some 322 in there. Still inside week. Already made the lower lows to the daily. It's a little bit of conflict both ways. APLD still hitting the highs. So this is still a rev strat in force above 3614. It's also inside month in force above last month's highs. Also a potential 3 week. So APLD, they're still getting after this. Meta, the 332 up 60s at the outside week already. Rejecting the monthly shooter down. So, all day there's a very aggressive, obviously, very aggressive seller and buyer in Meta. So what they're trying to do right now is blow that seller out at high a day. IREN, get a very nice move on that 60, like we said. You have those nearby pivots here, and then you get that exhaustion risk. We've got 7 minutes left on the 60, so as we get towards the end of the 60, that's where you see the profit taking will tend to show up. But you can see, right? 60 break. If you miss that, inside bar, there's your corrective activity. Here's your outside bar hammer. And then intraday trade. 3-2, boom, boom, high of day, and then there's profit taking off the highs. So not too much out of that, but off the 30s and 60s, you did get a pretty nice mover there. 52.55 goes to 55.7. And now you got this corrective activity here on the 30 minute. So if the daily's green and the 30 closes red, maybe they'll be strong enough to firm up. But we'd prefer inside week for next week in IREN. We'd also prefer rev strat day on Monday as a pivot machine gun. So I'm fine if if it were to close just like this and doesn't go any further today. That'd be a good thing for Monday. Galaxy, not sure what they do. Is it the phone company or is it a different one? No idea. Spotify had a nice 32230 in there, Chuck. I don't know why you were looking at that, but well, APLD is at the top of the gainer list, up 7% from the morning opens. SPY, after taking some guys out. Actually, no, it went flat, so. Kiss of death up at the high day. Still inside day SPY, so. Might just need some corrective activity, some sellers in there to get stuff going. But you'll see IWM double inside 30 as we get into the next flip. This will be third 60 of the day, so we'll have a lot of inside 60s here that we can take a look at. All the metal miners, XME, GDX, JNUG, all have inside bars. 60 minute. ALB and the materials inside bar. 60 minute. You can see on the ES futures, after making slightly higher highs in price discovery, they come back in. So this puts you at risk of morning lows being taken if that were to start kicking in the other way. Now, the day, the week, the month are still green, albeit very slightly. So we don't have that much evidence of this aggressive buyer this year or this month or this week. Therefore, this is a lot easier to reverse because we're still inside day. When you are inside on a bigger time frame, it's more likely you will test both sides of the range. So this is your broadening formation here. Futures setting up with a 30 into the 60-minute flip. So things are not looking very firm as we get to the next flip. That'll probably be good for Intel, right? If the market pukes out and then Intel takes the morning lows while SPY still hasn't done that and Qs still hasn't done that and Semi hasn't done that. Intel would be wherever those losers in semis would be. So we'll watch for those 30s. But you'll see Dow Jones still weak. IWM inside 30 down as a measured move. 2 minutes until they close the 60s. So they may set up the 60s still. But yeah, you got profit takers. Now, if we look at the energies, HXLE firmed up a little bit after low day. Financials, you had corrective activity on the 30s. And then where you'd want to be a buyer would be Pepsi, the hammer 30. And then Coke is also still firm inside day up, still rev strap month, still an outside week expansion. So Pepsi, Coke, staples, that'd be where we see, potential rotation into. Used RH to trade SPX, entered 11 instead of 1 con, executed, price drop $3.10. Yeah, that does happen. That is no good. That is just one more reason why we suggest new traders not to trade options. Because we put names on our list that will go 50% one day with shares. So technically, you don't even have to touch options. Like AHMA yesterday, that one was a really nice one. 26 to 38 off this inside 30 right here at 27 bucks. Just goes. SPY, so new 60s open, they start green, and that 60 color matters. Because if it's green, that daily buyer, that weekly buyer, that monthly buyer is still here. And then these 30 sellers, if there's any sellers off the highs, they would be in trouble. But we would need a signal, right? We're nowhere near the 5 or nothing. Still inside day. So what's the next 2 on SPY on the 30-60 is their question. And it's a little closer to 2's down. So you can see Qs and SPY look the same. Dow is closer to the 2-2 reversal, and then IWM is inside 60 momentum to the downside. IWM small cappers. And you got to measure out your price discovery. If we look at IWM, this is the broadening range we're coming back through on the day. So this measured move tries to happen up here. Now, if that gets countered, it's momentum in the other direction. So this would be pretty much right here. Inside 30. So this is your 60-minute inside bar. It breaks at 266.7. They're actually going to go to your daily magnitude way down here. We would want to see that just go, right? Start ripping back through this range. And that will be where the weakness is. But SPY, there's your 2230 SPY. So that's trying to counter that morning buyer. Still inside day. Qs is also slight 2230. and Dow Jones is 2230. So simultaneous 30 with the new 60 opens. APLD right here inside 60 at high day. So they're still firm for now. And you can see if that 30 works on SPY, it's going to cause 3, 2, 2. And this 3 matters because, again, price discovery occurs in threes. So if the 3 goes up and then we go 2, 2 back in, the magnitude would be yesterday's lows pretty much because of how big this range got, even though it's still an inside day. And this is why inside bars are trickier because they test the lows and the highs, and then they're going to go for the lows again right now. If that 30 is true, which it is, notice how it goes nearly instantly with SPY, Qs, 30s, simultaneous break with Dow Jones, simultaneous break with IWM as continuation. So at this point, if we go to our sectors, like we've been saying, most evidence was down earlier. Now at this point, communications, materials still a little stronger, utilities, a little bit stronger. But you'll see a lot of inside 60s. So this still has to change. But if we go to the 30 stats, you see at this point, the majority of trends are down besides utilities. About 30% of the market is 2 down 30 at this point, which gives you high evidence on, the market going down to start off the 60s. So you can see materials are going up. It's one of the few things. Energy's slight bias to the upside, but they're inside 60. And if we go back to the futures, we'll see top of the range, some profit taking of those morning session guys. They're going to be weak enough though to take them all out. We got Intel. Still double inside 60 minutes, so the equilibrium has not broken yet. But if it does break, we'll have the daily 60 weekly sellers against whoever was long yesterday and whoever is long earlier this month. Below 45.64. You can see Meta is still pretty much at the highs. Google taking out the morning lows, so it's a little weaker. Apple, pretty nice rally off those 30-60s, but you'll see Shooter 15 and the 2230 with the indexes brings it back in a little. Now the day is still slightly green, but slightly. Which contracts? I would really prefer you just not trade contracts. Like, when you're learning. Because if you've sat here long enough where you understand, like, oh, simultaneous break, and then boom, everything moves, and you see where price goes and you know where it's going, choosing the contracts is the easy part. But you have to build that skill first. So that's why I keep telling everyone, if you're learning, it's best not to trade options contracts because you need stuff that goes right away and you need to be correct more often. I don't know. Like, imagine you have whatever is in your account. And imagine you wanted to go fishing. Are you going deep sea fishing right away? Or are you going to go to the local pond? Right? Options is like deep sea fishing because you can really blow up some stuff. Paper trade? No. I trade shares. If you have, I think Schwab does it through Thinkorswim. You could do it. You can trade fractional shares. If you have $500, you can trade a fraction of a share. So instead of buying a whole Apple share for $250, you can buy 10% for $25. And you can do that a lot, even if you don't have if you have PDT rule problems. That being said, Apple, it goes green here, so they firm back up. Quadruple U in the uraniums. Sarah's watching that. It's going up still. UEC did not like the hammer. They countered that. So we look at the futures. You can see they back test the previous price discovery. If we go to the 5-minute, you can see they weren't weak enough to bring them back into here. So they firm up. If we look at our continuity, did anything change? No. So corrective activity, buyers came back. Weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly, daily, 60 buyers right there when that goes green. So they're still firm there. That means APLD still going up. HUT still going up, like we were discussing. You see it took a little bit, but up they go. From the hammer 60, still good. And the reason we liked that HUT, threw that in the premium chat, is because this range is easily identifiable, 10% higher. So you got SPY, triangle layout, trying to go back up with the Qs, Dow, and IWM. So like we were saying, IWM is momentum. So if it takes out the lows and starts coming back, this would be the potential 3 against these sellers. Now, would we prefer to buy IWM? Maybe, right? It is stronger on those bigger time frames, but today it's not stronger compared to the Qs. So if we go in here, you'll see staples go inside down. So they start selling off the staples. Tech, 2 going 3. Qs and SPY still inside 60. Then IWM might rev strat the 60 inside and then 2 go 3. Which could be, it could be a big rejection. It's just a little weaker than the rest of the market. You can see they're still selling off the VIX, so they're not scared of this market. And the Dow Jones is also a 2 going 3 rev strat with the IWM. So at this point, things are, they slight lower low and then they firm back up. If we look at energies, they're sideways. Real estate's firm up at the 2-2 reversal. Materials go inside up with full time frame continuity. And then Apple, Microsoft still firm. Airlines still firm. So if we go and take a look, you can see on the 30s, most did break down. We still have the materials leading. So it's not like it's a market crash, right? We still have them buying things. If you look at the 60, you can see materials are 60% up intraday. So this is where the most uptrends are right now. Second is real estates. You can see we have this buyer across the board, and then we have this seller across the board that's getting countered very slightly. The other thing we see if you watched our weekend vid is the dollar is still getting destroyed. We mentioned it here, 99.17. And we said this is normally bullish for the market. However, not guaranteed, because when the volatility really kicks in, then the market gets, a little bit scared of that. But you'll see the price discovery and where it's going here on the dollar. New highs, trying to go to these new lows, which is pretty cool because you can see target lows. Across all time frames. Notice the daily's targeting the lows, weekly's targeting the lows, and the monthly is inside at this point. Then the quarterly is trying to become a reversal to the downside. And that would cause a 3-2 year on the dollar. So for anyone that thinks silver and gold are not are going to come back, they're not. Because if we go to the dollar here, this 3 on the dollar on the yearly is going to try and time the breakout of this mother bar. So imagine if the dollar drops, you know, 17%. Maybe it can drop 32%, right? It could go a lot further because we'll have this broadening formation to target down into here. But if this drops 20%, gold should go another 20%, if not more. So unless the miners can really pull a lot of gold out of the ground, it's probably not coming back anytime soon. Same with the materials sector, right? The mining sector, all that fun stuff. Intel, the equilibrium inside bar does break down, does have the 60-day and weekly groups. It is momentum, so if that doesn't work, it might stay mother bar, so you just gotta be careful of that. Should just go if that kicker is true. Like, imagine you're trading that today, right? And you just have to always think, what is everyone else doing? It's like, well, everyone bought Intel to start the week off. They all bought it. So Intel goes inside down, continuing lower. And that happens while SPY is at the highs and Qs is at the highs. So imagine if you bought Intel and you're still holding it. Let's say you bought it 2 days ago. So you buy, let's say at 50 bucks, 40, 49, 92, wherever they buy, right? It's below your entry, so you're just holding on, hoping it comes back. And then while the market starts recovering, going to the high of day, this is still going lower. Especially if it takes the low of day, then there's even worse problems. That's a really big issue though, right? If you bought the last 3 days of Intel, 4, 5, 6 days, you're underwater. So if we take out low of day, you're even more underwater. You're gonna have to do something eventually. If we go look at our sector stats, you can see materials leading the market. And albeit, you know, it's a pretty flat market still, a lot of mother bars on the 60s that need to break. So just buy the actual stock. I've been doing it all wrong. Yeah, very key in the VIP announcements. If you scroll up, we have a lot of different live streams. And we discuss the gappers, which is a good way to learn on highly volatile names. And we also discuss the simultaneous break. I'll link you to it. But until you're familiar with the weapons that we're messing with, it's best not to mess around with them, especially with a lot of money. Because if I'm like, hey, look at Intel, we got the inside down, and you're like, I don't know what setup he's trading or why he's doing it, but I want to go do that. Then you don't know where your stop is. You don't know where the targets can be. You don't know if you should hold it to the end of the day or just for 5 minutes, or where is your stop? Is it going to be tighter, wider? All those things. You don't know any of that unless you know the setup. So you have to get very familiar with the setup first, like the inside bar. Get very familiar with inside bars. And then once you know it like the back of your hand, you can do whatever you want. You could use really far out of the money options. You could use, you know, Friday expiry options, 0 DTEs, leaps, whatever you want. But you have to learn the setups. Like if we look at IWM, the inside bar provided a few entries. The best one was here, 11:30 on a Wednesday, right there, 264.51, 271, and then inside bar here gives you rev strat 1, 2, shooter 2. There's your short into today, and maybe you add on this inside bar add because you shorted it yesterday, even if you closed, you know, at end of day. Could have just got in again and held on to it. And you'll see today's move, the shooter day. Sorry, I've not been looking at YouTube chat. Rolling up to 11 o'clock, so let's take a look. Sorry. See what we got. Nice morning playing the broadening formations on the futures from Sarah. Not bad. Galaxy is a crypto play. Yeah, so is HUT. HUT. Boom. Nice 3-2 hammer you got there, HUT. What about APLD? Nice 3-2 you got there as well. Nice rev strat day. And this is why. Once you get... And this is something we're actually... I'm building out right now is... With the inside bars, there's only so many ways you can go rev strat. Right? The only way this 1-3 happens on the day is either a 3-2-60 or... You can see a 2 down, 2 up reversal on the 30 minute. So this 2-2-30, that 3-2-60 had to happen for this to happen on the day. So when you get accustomed to one setup like the inside bar, you know this 2-2-30 will cause an outside bar after the inside bar. And on any time frame. So you line it up across as many as you can. It also helps you understand stuff like this. Inside, they take the lows out, reject, take the highs out, reject that, then take the lows out again. And then they reject that, and now they're trying to take the highs out again. So the inside bar restarts the price discovery where they test new highs and then new lows. You can see here, inside bar down, puke, new lows, starts rejecting, new highs. Right, and then inside bar, new lows, rejects, slightly lower highs, and then new lows again. Then inside bar day SPY, we need to get out of this. We want to see it become a 2. Because if we look at this, inside bar, new lows, then lower highs, lower lows, so new lows, and then it's rejecting. So it's still trying to take these highs out. It's just a bigger range. If we can get this daily to kick in, you'll see the 30 is still green. So we have this corrective 30, the green day, the green month, the green week. And these 30 buyers trying to counter the shorts with a stop at high a day. We want to take them out. The Qs is doing the same. These shorts, they did go down very slightly, but then they come back with full time frame continuity. And they're not an outside bar on the week yet. 6:30. We have until end of the week on Friday to try and take that out. 6:30. And then down IWM, they're still chopping them up a bit. IWM is still very weak. Why wouldn't you have taken the sell? It's called letting them open. So if you're going to trade the open, you can do that. But letting them open is important because we know the second 30 of the day is when this reversal is going to happen. Every day, the second 30 and the second 60 of the day. We know that's when 2-2-60s and 3-2-60s are going to break. So that's why on the second 60 of the day, we're scanning and we're trying to find the threes and we're like, wow, look at HUT. We have this, right, equilibrium, so it goes up, and then it goes down, new lows. And then we pair the new lows with this outside bar hammer signal, and we're like, wow, if this works, where's it going to go, Alex? It's going to go to 62.91. It's just going to go 1 penny above all this stuff. So if this is successful above 56.81 with a max stop loss of 56.3, max, any wider would be a waste of money. It should go to 62.91, 1 penny above this. The second 60 of the day, always, and the second 30, the second 15, right? The second day of the week, the second week of the month. That's when that's going to happen. So, like when we timed the whole market last year properly, we saw 2 down, 2 up monthly SPY. When did this occur? Where's my... I don't have my time frames here. There it is, quarter. So look at 2 down, first month of the quarter. The second month of the quarter, 2-2 reversal. What's that going to do? Outside bar. Boom. 3-3 quarter. So the reversal on the second day of the week, second 60 of the day, second 30 of the day, second 15 of the day, second fiver of the day. All of those matter because that's how it's going to form the threes, because it has to go down and then it has to reverse. So if you know that, then when we go to Costco, you see the inside bar, it goes down and then new year opens, reversal on the quarter. So where's this going? It's trying to go back to all-time highs. How's that quarter going to reverse? Well, the monthly had to reverse. If we go to the week, how'd the monthly reverse? This inside week had to cause that. So the inside week causes reversal month, reversal quarter. But if we go down into it, today, inside day, if we're going to go outside day in the direction of all the higher time frames, right? So the year's green, quarter's green, month is green. All these big time frames are going up. If it's going to go outside day, it has to go reversal down here first. So the 5-minute reversed, it didn't work. That's okay. And that's also why we let them open. You can see we have the 3-2-30 above that, 977. And if you're a shorter term guy, what you wait for is red. So there's your 3, and here's your hammer. Then here, 1, 3, hammer, 2, goes all the way up. And then you'll see they just stopped some more guys out now. So you got lower lows. And if that buyer's still interested, they'd be trying to go higher off of this 225er signal. But that's why we like to time it on at the correct time. So if you take a reversal at the first day of the week on Monday, technically you have the week, the day, and the 60 groups all green at the point of your reversal. If you take it on a Tuesday, at that point, you technically have all the colors in your favor. But if you take a reversal on a Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, it's likely you're going to be trading against the color of the week. So you're going to be forced to change it. And if you don't change the color, then it's still going up or down. So if we took APLD here and it reversed, but did not change the day from red to green, so it goes up and then it goes back below the daily open, at that point, we have no evidence to be a buyer because the day it wouldn't be green. So we couldn't buy it today. But since the day stayed green above 34.29 with a reversal to time it, then it works. And you'll see we have the monthly signal, the quarter, the year's all green. We have the daily inside signal, and then we have the week, potential outside week with the daily and the 30 lining up. Futures intraday, it's best to wait. Yeah, so if you wait, you will miss out on things, but it'll help keep you out of the mess because right at the open is when all the time frames reset. The new day opens on SPY, the new 60 opens, the new 30, the new 5-minute. So the first 5 minutes of the day, we have the least evidence of continuity. The second 5 minutes, we have now a separate 5-minute open. The second 10-minute open, now we have a separate 10-minute open. The second 30, now we have a separate 30-minute open from the daily open. The second 60, then we separate the 60 and the daily opens. So every day, the first 60 technically has the least amount of evidence, which does not mean we can't trade it. It just means we have to know that the second 60 of the day does matter. It is, in fact, very important. So like you can see SPY in here. So it goes up. The second 60 reversed, didn't go anywhere. So what's it going to try and do next? Well, if it reverses down, it's going to try and take the morning lows, which would change the day. But again, you can see your signal at 68258 occurs above the daily open. So at the time of your signal, you're conflicted with the day. Once it changes, then the day's in your favor. Down they go. So when it reverses any time after the second 60 of the day, it's always going to be conflicted. This reversal here was conflicted with the daily open. Doesn't mean we can't trade it, just means we have to know that. If it doesn't work, the day's still green. Then you'll see inside bar, when it breaks here, the day is green, the 60 is green, they're not conflicted. They're trending together. So we go today, the day is green, the 60 is slightly red on SPY. We're still an inside day, so this is a mess, the complete mess. Which is why in the morning, it's not going to be as clean You're going to see new lows, reversal. So they made the higher low. Then you'll see slight lower low. The day was still green though. So see how it ticks down and then the 15 goes green. The day is still green. So they go outside. Continue, continue, continue. Reversal, day is still green. Continuation down, the day is still green. Slight move higher in red, the day is still green. So far, these 15 are sellers unable to change that. And nowhere near changing the week. A little closer to changing the month or quarter, but you can see they're just conflicted. Yeah, if we go to Intel, let's see. And the thing with momentum like this is just, it tends to be slower. Sometimes you get the ones where you hit it and it drops really hard. When the bars are really long and really red, but the day is only down $1 this morning. So we want to see it down like 10, right? Intel, no new low day yet. You could paper trade options. Yeah, but why would you want to paper trade? Doesn't make any sense. And it's the problem is when new traders start trading, they're terrified to lose. And they don't know how to lose correctly. It's like if I got you a new bike and you were terrified to fall off the bike and you didn't know how to fall off the bike. But then instead of riding on the bike with some training wheels to get used to it, you got on a Harley Davidson and started ripping through the highway. Right? So it doesn't make any sense to do it that way. But what makes sense is let's get the bike with the training wheels and get a helmet on. And if you fall, it doesn't maybe get a scratch, right? But you're not going to lose your ass. You're not going to die if you're wrong. That's how you learn. Because if you get good at just failing, then when you learn to fail properly, you can fail as many times as you need to. But if you can't fail, that's the people who blow up. Hold me, Alex. Because it's a very prideful thing. If you think you can go into the markets, learn a system that's, this has been around a very long time, but learn a system and then become profitable with it with big size and with leverage in like a week or a month. That's a very prideful thing to do or to think. So we recommend trade the shares, trade a small size, use a tight stop. Because if you're wrong and you lose 50 cents on one share, so be it. That's not even a cup of coffee, right? Like it doesn't matter. But you still feel wrong, right? So it didn't hurt to be wrong, but you still feel wrong because you took the trade and it didn't work. So you're still dealing with the same emotions. You're in the same conditions in the market. It's just lower stakes. So you can think, normally you can think more clearly. And yeah, you know what? Are you going to see ones that really work and ones that really don't work and maybe you let it slip and you lose a couple bucks? Yeah, but it's better to learn that in low stakes. GE, oh yeah, look at that. Inside week pivot machine gun. Pivots all through here. Notice inside day causes inside week down to really kick in. Where's this happening? All-time highs, exhaustion risk, profit taking on GE. You can see the hammer year at 64, profit taking at 320, all-time highs. And that profit taking is timed by the price discovery on the weekly. New lows, new highs, inside bar signal. And they go. And then you can time it intraday with this inside 60 here. That's pretty good. And then this 260. And you can see the whole way down. Green, and then try and short it. Green, try and short it. Green, try and short it. Boom. Green, short it. Green, short it. Down they go. Utility still at the lows. Staples still firm. You can see SPY on the 60 flip. 60 still red, so they're still having a little issues. Still inside day though, so consolidating on a 60 and daily basis. Q's inside 60 high of day. At this point, you'd prefer they just close inside because at least you'd have a signal for the next flip. IWM, you can see with the relative weakness, momentum, they're still going down. So, still weaker in the small cappers. Meta is just sitting at high a day. Goog hitting the lows. So you'll see Goog 322, fun to say, fun to do in Google. Below 328.88, they kicked in. And like we said, Google is weaker than something like Apple because it was taking the morning lows, whereas Apple was not. Materials, we also said materials are leading the market with over 70% going up. That is still true. I sadly cannot pull up crypto here. Let's try and do that right here. You can see Ripple. Pretty nice move you got there, huh? Right to our target. You go to the 4 hour. Did we discuss the rev strat? We did. You see outside 4 hour hammer, pivot machine gun, Ripper. The Ripper. And now it's coming back in the other way. So they did not go outside day. They're still inside 30, but they are 32215er technically. So you can see price discovery broadened. Now looking something like this. New lows, new highs. The next series would be new lows. It is currently 15 down, but you need the 60 to kick in. So inside 60, this is not a reversal. This is a retracement on the 15. To reverse, it would have to take all of this out. 19183, and we are nowhere near taking that out. SPY, slight triangle out. So you can see the lower low on the 5 minute and then hammer 5 minute. We call it triangle day out because we now have a price discovery broadening formation during the inside 60. And that matters because the inside 60 shows you this consolidation, right? Where they're testing lows, testing the highs, testing the lows, testing the highs, where it's restarting. So that's what they're going to try and do next, right? Financials firmed up. So you can see price discovery broadening formation at low of day financials. Got the 15er broadening formation here, timing the much bigger daily broadening formation down here. So those guys might firm up off the lows XLF. I'm very curious to see if Home Builders ever comes back from this as well. You can see the price discovery on this one is crazy. Boom, 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 boom. Right? How many times did it take both sides? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. There's 9 trades. Crazy. Yeah, so APLD, I was able to do about 300% returns on some of those calls from the 60 minute this morning. Was able to get them at 14 cents off the 60-minute hammer. I was slightly late because when we stream, my goal is to get you guys into as many winning positions as possible, and I do try my best. I'm unable to trade everything we talk about. XRP is getting redder off the 15, though, is coming back through the price discovery again, which it's always, what will it do? So if we know how price discovery works and we know new highs, new lows, new highs, flips red, it's still inside, so it's not reversing yet, but it is red. Where would it go? New lows. So when we look at price discovery, you can see we know pointing lower, right? And this is an arrow, it points lower. Anytime that's red. So it's always, if that works, then what? Well, we take this out, then what? That would be an outside 4-hour back to the downside or a 2-2 reversal 4-hour. We could also mark this open out as the 4-hour continuity level. So it could go outside again, 3-3. What would that do to the day? Re-break the inside day down equilibrium break. What would that do to the week? It would confirm the 3-2-2 that's still happening with a target, right? Notice the weekly has a target to take 18,091. So if we were to pull this up across all time frames, we're going to apply the indicators. And this is a new one I'm working with, just to get a good visual of how this works for everyone built into TradingView. Let's apply to all. So you can see this is what we consider conflict. So notice inside year. So what does that matter? Is this inside year negates this stuff from being signals besides the monthly. So you can see this is inside quarter. It's a prediction. And this prediction, we have nothing on the year, so there's no reason that prediction would work. If we go here, it does have a target, but it's not above last month's highs. Why is it not above last month's highs? The week is going down. The day is technically a trend down. And then the 60-minute prediction is that it's going to become a 2-2 reversal. So points down, points down, points down, and it counters the month, the quarter, and then the year tells us the quarter and month really didn't matter. It's inside year, which is pretty neat. APLD has now hit all known targets besides the outside week to the upside, which occurs at 3951. But we are at exhaustion risk because we're at the top of price discovery. Since price discovery expands, we would prefer to see it go further, right? But for now, that's what you got. Magnitude has been reached. And you can see if we look at SPY, notice it's expansion year, expansion, expansion. So that means we have no targets on these time frames. New lows, but it's green. So technically it's trying to go 3. And I don't know if I have it updated on this or not. Yeah, it's supposed to be showing that it's going 3, which I'll fix. But you'll see neutral on the day. So today, nothing's happening. This week, it's technically a downtrend. And right now, it's red, so it's trying to counter the initial buys in the morning. So it's neutral, right up against all-time highs pretty much. And then neutral here on the 60 as well. Not much happening. Versus APLD, right? Boom, boom, boom. You can see if we look here. It's targeting all-time highs on APLD. So we look at the month. Yeah, that's something good to know about, right? Now I'm up almost 600% on my APLD calls from this morning. HUT gave you a pretty nice one as well. So that one went up 6%. I'm not sure what those options did. You guys can let me know if you took it. I know I posted it in that premium chat for everyone. Materials, we mentioned the inside 60 materials. That would occur with full time frame continuity. Does about 0.5%, so a little bit. A wee bit. We did mention the real estates right here on the 2230, how they're firming up with financials. And they're up, 0.25% or more off the lows. Still going to be inside week, which is why we can buy that. Because again, inside bars shows you can see it's predicting the downside because everyone's selling. But in reality, what's happening is price discovery is restarting. We just made a ton of new lows, new lows, new lows. Eventually, price has to make the new high because that's how price moves. So you can see this prediction shows us that price is going up. What would it be going up through? It'd be going up through all these guys like this. So you can see this 30 down here is timing the range all the way back up into like 42. The 57 calls at $1.16 on Hut. Let's see what those would be worth. Yeah, so they're $2 in the money right now. I bet those things are worth what? Minimum 3, right? At least maybe 4. That's pretty good. Thank you for doing this, Alex. I learned so much when you do these sessions. I'm glad to hear it. What I want you to do is I want you to take what we're talking about and go use it. Our whole goal is to build a community that knows what they're looking for. Because if you know what you're looking for, you can share it with other people, help everyone out. And since we all speak the strat, makes my job easier, makes your life better. You're seeing 209 on the Hut calls, 57? Really? Nah. There's no way. Because the 57 calls are $2.20 in the money. They should be worth like $3.50. I guess with the theta, they might be slightly less, but they should be worth like 3. There's no way. Doesn't make any sense. APLD just hit 600%. Not bad. But yeah, so Hut call 57. Yeah, they're at 272. So they might have just jumped up a little bit. Ah, you have a big bid-ask spread in Hut. That's why. So what I would do is, since there's a big bid-ask, if you haven't reduced yet, what you'd want to do is sell at the offer. And ideally, you sell at the offer 6100. So, or 61. So if Hut takes 61 out, then the ideal scenario is to sell at the offer or to market sell as it's breaking 61, because then you'll get the best fill. Ideally, when you are trading with less liquid stuff, you need to sell it when it goes into new highs. What thread? Today is a public stream. No, we're in premium stage. I just went straight to YouTube. I didn't have enough time to set everything else up. But here it is, 2230 Hut right there, 222. We call this the shotgun, the shot to gun. Right, it goes boom, right above this. So we want to see high day on Hut, and that'll allow you to get some better liquidity for your exit or your reducing. Is XRP available on E-Trade? I have no clue. Zero idea. At this point, XRP is still rev stratting the day. Still inside 60. XRP is 22215er back to the upside, so the buyer's still here on the RevStrat day. SPY still chopping them up pretty bad. MicroStrategy went RevStrat day after we mentioned that inside down for powers. And this is why it's so important to know that inside bars, it's a signal to cause movement, right? If you take it down, you short it, and it goes nowhere, guess what? It's going the other way. And that's pretty much how easy it gets. So they sell all the way down here and kick in the other way, all the way through here. APLD, after hitting the targets, you got some short-term 5-minute profit takers. If we go to the 60, it's still nowhere near reversing. It just looks like a breakout, right? Now the 60s change in 10 minutes. You're going to get your next 60 flip, and this is one of the last ones I'll be here for, more than likely. I've got some stuff to meet with Sarah on. Waste management. Yeah, it is still going to our or towards our target with the hammer quarter. It's hammer week this week, hammer month this month. A lot of good stuff. Gosh, my chest is hurting. I feel like I ate too much yesterday or something. I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, so it's any red bar that closes. The key with corrective activity is what you're doing is, and you need to understand what you're doing. So when we look at gold, it's going up, but it's red. So what are they doing? They're selling. How do we know they're selling? Because price discovery on the 60-minute, you can see it closes red. They're selling into these new lows, right? Every time it's making new lows, it's because people are selling at the bid. So you have aggressive sellers in there. Either it's selling as in profit taking or it's selling as in short positions. But you have aggressive selling, and then you're pairing it, you can see, with a change in daily continuity back to green. So the buyer shows up, and you're doing that when the signal reversal occurs. So 2 down, 2 up right there. So you can see, and I really need to fix the targeting, how it works on this. So because it should work properly. But so you can see, oh wow, too quick. When it goes green, the second it goes green, boom, where's it going? Up there, right? This is how we see the charts. So when it reverses, where's it going? Up there. You can see it's confirmed now because it's green and it's reversed. Then there's your new high. And now it's into range expansion. And you'll see this is now a signal hammer day. So what happened? The guys who shorted yesterday, right there, we just triggered all the shorts into a losing position. So if this stays green, those shorts are going to go into a further loss as price expands away from them, which is what this green is showing us. So you can see every 2 in here is just like, you shorted on Wednesday, now your position's worse, it's worse. You're going to have to get out, right? So that's what's happening. So when we look at gold the whole way up, look at the continuity levels on this stuff. It's definitely not going down. This is the year, the month, the quarter. So they go red. And then now it starts going the other way. But it's only going the other way when it's green. So if it's green on this, 2-2 reversal, good. Then you'll see it's profit taking, but it didn't reverse. And then here, boom, all these shorts squeezed out. Then you can see it was a doji. And then here they take all-time highs, so you got more sellers covering. And then you'll see right here, there's a seller reversal. And then we reverse that seller right there, and that seller gets destroyed, right? Expansion, expansion. So when we go to the yearly, all time frames are green in here. So if we turn off the weekly and the lower time frame stuff, so you can see the year is green this whole year. The quarter is green almost the whole year, besides right there and right there when the inside bars form. So when we look at this, sideways, slight red, boom. Slightly red, inside bar, boom. Slightly red, inside bar, boom. Right? And then there's been very little corrective activity here. Intel, new low day, thank you. Boom. Puke, baby. Give us more. APLD after targets being reached. There's some slight profit taking. Now it's still nowhere near reversing this. So this buyer, they're here this month, this week, this day right now. The question just is, are they strong enough to start stepping up, right? We want to squeeze out anyone short in this range. We want to be above them. So when they come back in like this, we don't know, right? Could go all the way to the other side, or it's just, very slight triangle day out. What we can say is we have continuity. So if you wanted to risk gains and rotate into like next week options or next month or next quarter with some of those gains, you could, and you'd just put your stop. Or actually, yeah, so it'd depend on the weekly next week. So 2 week, if we're above that next week, then you can take the profits and be in some longer term stuff, confirming the month. It's the last week of the month, so we'd want to see that monthly target hit, and then whatever they want to do after that. And you can see Intel, how does it make new low day? Well, at the bottom of its price discovery. So new low day, although it's a fun thing, and it's what we want to see, it's got to stay there. So when we go into like 1 minute, you can see test the lows, test the highs, test the lows. That was it, right? Until we can get outside of this. We want to get below this or support, as you could think about it. When we get below it and stay down, that's when we would see it really start kicking in as expansion. And I really want to get this price discovery thing working so I can post it before we end the stream. So I might work on it just for a short minute here. Don't ignore chest pain, Alex. Well, it was just a little bit. I don't know why. I think I just felt a little weird this morning. I think I ate way too much last night. I was just very hungry. So I woke up and I felt a little odd. Which probably screwed with my sleep, but I was hungry. I don't know. Weird. XRP, nice 222 shotgun you got there. XRP, 15er. So if we go back to XRP, using intraday continuity, the 15, the 60, day, week, the month. We could ideally throw the 30 in there too. Let's throw it top left. Look at this. Actually, no, we're going to fix it. We'll fix it for you guys. So remember, we were talking about the shotgun. 2, 2, boom, right there. And again, it's like boom. Because what you're doing is, again, you're matching these sellers up with a 60-minute buyer. You're matching them up with a monthly buyer. The weekly buyer, technically not here, but you're matching them up with a daily buyer who's more aggressive than the daily seller, because the daily seller took it down with the weekly seller, but they rejected as a rev strat. Right? Understanding how threes will happen. So you can see that inside 30 we mentioned timed the whole bottom of this range, which again, it's 3%. Is that the craziest thing in the world? No. But in a 30-minute chart in 2 hours, that's pretty good. And you could have added to it here or just flipped your position back long. That's what I did. I made a couple $100 on that trade, but we'll see if we can keep going further for the rev strat day. And this is all the while. And this is why we don't just trade indexes like most traders. This is all the while SPY doing zero, zilch, nothing, nada, right? Stuck inside 60 minute. And that's why it's not moving. Inside day, inside 60. So Neutral here, neutral here. Expansion at the highs. Weekly is conflicted. 60s or 15s conflicted. It's a mess. On the road, still locked in. Time to add to XRP. You could. I want to see it below the yearly open. Like, I want to see the price discovery. Notice to start the year, they open, they go up, and then they come back. So I want to see them go down and then start ripping back towards the previous high of the year, like that. It's like go down and then all the way back through this as a broadening formation. But if they make a higher low here to the 3 on the week, technically, you know, they are coming back in. The other thing to make note of, though, is if we just look at XRP without the dollar. Turn off this replay. Without the dollar, if we look at XRP and zoom out, notice this mother bar problem on the month. So that even more solidifies the idea that, you know, this is a big consolidation. We want to break the lows first. Because if we can take this out, then we can start 3 back to the upside up to here and then 3-2 if they're going to expand. Or we're going to chop in here for much longer than I think and then eventually get that reclaim here. So it's just hard to say. It's consolidating, right? It's going to be both ways. That being said, we got the new flip coming shortly, so let's go around the horn. What's the market about to do next? Well, you got the RevStrat Dow Jones, maybe RevStrat IWM, the inside bar Qs and SPYs. Healthcare's is weaker. They RevStrat down with the biotechs inside down, so they're weaker there. You'll see staples, the RevStrat 60 up with discretionary XLY going up, your Amazon, your Tesla, that type of stuff. VIX still at the lows with an inside bar. So if the indexes go inside up and RevStrat up, Dow Jones, IWM, VIX would be inside down. And, you know, that would be a pretty strong signal. We'd also see Apple inside 60 here. Staples as a 3-2-30 into full time frame continuity, or actually 3-2-60. So a lot of equilibriums, some RevStrats. Let's see if we can break those on those indexes. And then we can also monitor XRP. What's the new flip look like? So you see the 15 signal exhaust, 1% in 15 minutes. That's pretty good. So stops definitely go towards price or you reduce. At this point, we still have further targets on the daily. So till a 60 reversal, technically you're going outside day, at the very least on XRP. And I'll be right back. All right, SPY still inside 60, inside day. Ugh. IWM still the biggest loser. Puke, right? Look at APLD, still right up against the highs, but they are profit taking, so I'm going to take profit with them. About 500% on some 0 DTEs is pretty fun. HUT. So like we said on HUT, once you get that new high a day, ideally that's when you sell into it. So that'll give you a better fill. And like I said, you know, these options, if you have 57 call, I forget who's in the chat, what your user ID was, but if you have the 57 call and it's at 62 or 60 bucks 20 cents, that 57 call is $3 in the money, which means it's worth probably like 3.5 to 4. So you should be able to get that price. Even if it's illiquid, you should still be able to fill around that price, like $3, because whatever you're in the money is for sure what it's worth. So you should always be able to fill that at your in the money price. And if you're in something like APLD where it's just grinding to the highs, or HUT, right? You can just let it do that. It's just got to stay up. That's all we want to see. Intel is inside at the lows, so the seller's still there. It's just not really doing too much. IWM still getting destroyed in here. Down 1% on the day. So the question is the market going to follow IWM, or is it going to follow the TAC? Ripple to the highs. Get, Ripple, get. I'm going to run and grab a charger quick, but I am going to be ending off the stream soon, about 25 minutes. So if you have any questions, educational stuff, or, you know, you have trades that you took that you lost on that you're like, I don't know why I lost or how I can get better at this, put them in the chat and we'll cover that to end off the stream. But just give me a few minutes and I'll come back and read the chat. All right. So if there's any questions, this is where we're taking them. Let's see the chat. Closed hut 305 from $1. Nice. Let's go. Zoom, something worth keeping in the back burner. Last year was inside year, and the year before was a 3. Yes. Correct. I wanted to see Zoom move last year, but if we get the yearly stuff showing up here, 12 month, 3 month, 1 month. We will see the 3-1 year Zoom hammer. Then you ask, well, how do we know if the hammer is going to break or not? Well, the 3-2-2 week next week Zoom. How do we know if that's going to work? Well, the hammer counter shooter month for next month Zoom. So what's it going to do next month and next week, right? It's going to try and go higher, that's for sure. Would you ever be down to host a session where a few traders walk through their trades with you on live? Yeah, I would do that. When I swing trade options and want to take partial profit, when would you close contracts or roll to a lower strike? Personally, I'm not a roller, so to speak, but when to close is either at your targets or when price actually reverses / changes continuity, depending on which one you want to use. So if we go to, like, this is what I would say would be the trickier part, is holding, because no one wants to hold. Everyone wants to get out and find something else to do. But when we go and look at the biggest gainers, what are they going to look like? Well, they're going to look like this. Before they happen, right? That's key. Before they happen, they look like this. And we're going to try and, yeah, there it is. Let it play through. But what we'll note is, first, we're at the bottom of this big monthly broadening range. Price discovery, new highs, new lows. Where's it going to go next? New highs. So when this kicks in on the month, you have the quarter potential 3, and you have the year potential 3 to the upside. So notice the month is the signal, the quarter, the year. Notice that they all are pointing up. And whenever the daily's pointing up, that's going up as well. So if you're swing trading, you can go in there and be a weekly guy, and each week, okay, I'm going to add, I'm going to reduce, I'm going to add, I'm going to reduce. Or you can be the guy where you get this daily signal or the weekly break, whatever you're trading. The 3-2 week here, you could get that. The 2-2 month, you could trade that signal. The gap down buy on the daily here, the gap down buy here, the gap down buy here, the gap down buy here, right? There's so many different ways to buy it and get in there. But as far as holding it, either you're going to trail these lows, higher lows, hold, 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 hold. Or you're going to trail the monthly lows, hold, hold, right? Or you're going to trail the quarter, still buying. So it depends on what your goals are, right? Are your goals to just be in there while it's going up this year? It's like, okay, well, as long as the year's green, hold, right? If your goals are just to trade it while it's going up this month, then each month is going to open and it's going to tell you to keep holding or not. So it's like, look at this, hold, continue, continue, continue. Then you'll see, this is what can make it trickier, is since the broadening formation happens, when price stops them out here, notice how it broke and didn't go anywhere. This is triangle out, right? It broke down and then the daily just goes dink back the other way. That's what gets traders out of trades and positions, which is why we want to draw these broadening formations, or at least know they're happening. Because when you get it from $20 or $25 and it goes to 40, see how we're above all this previous range? This is the retest of the break. So they break out and then they're retesting here. And the daily reverses, which gets you into the retest, going back the other way. Then you'll see 3 to the upside. Then it's still green. So this buyer showed up here and they're still here, still here, still here, still here. Right? They're still here. Yep. So you can see at all times, anytime this month was green, it's trying to go to all-time highs at $140. So if you're going to really tighten your stops up, you can get stopped out and it'll just keep going. Which means, you know, if you have a stop, you also want to be aware if it stops you out, you can just get back in if you want. Like if you make a big trade and it stops you out, you can just get back in. So however you're going to do your stops, that's going to be between you and your goals and your time frames. But the goal is just don't hold the losers. And if you're going to take partial profits, you want to do it. Ideally, you'd line up a reason to take the profit. So like, if we go to right now. So you can see last quarter, they got destroyed in here. Right? Down they went. Why? Well, you had this big exhaustion wick, as we call it. So when you get this big exhaustion wick, what it shows you is they potentially blew out all the buyers, right? Like buy, 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 buy. And they're like, let me buy all of it right now. They buy all of it. And then they're like, okay, I'm done buying. Boom, starts ripping back through. So this exhaustion wick happens. And then price, you can see it comes back into the range, consolidates inside month, which is the next thing price will have to do. So it reverses, goes all the way up, goes all the way here, consolidates. So now the last place they consolidated was where they agreed on price. So they agreed on price at around 31 to 26 bucks. The new place they agree on price, 50 bucks to 42 bucks. So they agree on higher prices for uranium is how we look at that. So then that breaks and now they're willing to go and buy more uranium because this is the new price they agreed at. You know, if you buy it at 50 bucks, you're technically buying, you know, a slightly more expensive uranium, but it's also still not all-time highs. So is it that expensive to them? Not really, right? We're not at all-time highs yet. We're also not back to these highs at 61. So you can see the inside month, the 2-2 week. So if you reduced from buyer exhaustion, you just got out of it. Maybe you tried to get back in here, it didn't work, so be it. Inside month, we just wait. And then this monthly break, that's when you go and get more of it. If you're a swinger, you can use the weekly right here to time that break of that inside bar. From India, Nifty. We need an Indian stratter, that's for sure. I don't know if you guys have strat representation from India yet. But we'd love to get our software on the Indian markets if you guys wanted that. That being said, though, you're going to see this quarter, this year, not too good, right? Inside in red is 2-2 RevStrat quarter down. So where's it going? 52.49. That's your magnitude. If we're still below 56.15, you got to stay down there. Because if they don't stay down, you'll see the weekly price discovery would negate, be slight lower lows, and then goes the other way. But since it's so red, it's less likely that it's going to be able to reverse all that. So we go to this week, a gap down with the US markets into all these pivots, which caused the move to the downside. And, you know, right now, I'm not sure how liquid this is. Let's see. NIFTY. Thank you. But you're going to see pretty much the same thing. So let's see. So the futures of this, yeah, so they're a 2-up year. Is that by a penny? Yeah, so look at this. This is potential 3 to the downside. So potential outside year, similar to the US markets, but it's weaker. Potential outside quarter. It already became outside month. How did it become outside month? The 2-2 reversal here, last time we looked at it. And if you recall, last time we saw it, I believe we were talking about this inside bar. So it went up, and then it went RevStrat right there. Anytime it was below 25662, that was RevStrat, 1, 2 up, 2 down. There's your short signal, boom. And then today, 2 up in red, 2 down, that's another short signal. So this morning, you had the inside down like this. The question then becomes, on Nifty, are you going to be an outside quarter? Or are you going to be an outside year? Because your next nearest pivots would be here on the month, which is your outside quarter. And right now on the daily, you do have a magnitude to try and take this out for another, I don't even know how long it's open. Is it closed? Looks like it's closed. So once it opens up tomorrow, then you'd want to see, you know, does it continue down or not? Yeah, 2 is a 2. And people don't like this, but this is how price works. Watch. SPY trended down this week. If you tell that to people on Twitter, they'd be like, what are you talking about? It was going up since Monday. And you'd be like, no, it actually trended down this week. It was a 2. Which is why the sector looks a certain way, or not the sector, but or scanner. That's why it's set up the way it is. So this shows us 2s. So if we look at the weekly, I don't know if this is up to date. Let's see. Although you can see most of Qs went down on the week, you still have a majority of going up this week. So what's happening? All the guys who went down on the week, they started recovering that downtrend. And then all the strongest guys going up on the week, those are the guys who are really ripping the market higher right now. So anything 2 down, let's say a 3-2 down, these are all your broadening formations. Anything that's green on the week, these are all your broadening formations ripping back. So this is how we scan. Unity, 3, broadening formation, goes down and it's green. So what's happening? Well, look at the daily. You can see they're trying to come back through that broadening formation like this. Zoom, 3, down in green, right? So these are weaker, but they are ripping back. PTCT, 3, down. Notice second day of the week, or what was it? Stupid vertical cursor. Yeah, so Monday, so first day of the week, this is Tuesday. Second day of the week, reversal, boom, right back into the range. And that's why when it happens matters, because that second day of the week, this was green. So it's coming back through. And what is it setting up for next month? RevStrat month with a 322 week. And you can see right now they had 322 down, so they're trying to stop some guys out first. So you can see how it's conflicted, but it's setting up for next month. This is such a cool indicator. I can't wait to release it. I just need to fix a few problems on it. But it works, you know, decently well. You'll see ring, right? Same thing. But if we go down the list, right, these would be all your 3s ripping back. The stronger ones would be the things that are going up. So if we want to see the strongest one, CRVS, look at this. 3, it's a 2. Right? This is why we want to buy the 2s up this week. They have to be stronger. They never went down with the rest of the market. So when we look at it, where's your signal? Inside signal here. Boom. RevStrat signal right there at 2113. Boom. Inside signal, high day, and that was it. 2-2 here, high day, and that was it. And then an inside signal, maybe they RevStrat it. Right? Inside, they tick down, they go green. Now, when it's on a Friday like this, Friday is when you'll tend to see profit taking. Because, you know, they're probably not going to close it out at the highs. So, you know, right now we're not seeing much interest on Friday, but each signal matters. So this 60 RevStrat could matter a lot more if it kicks in. What about AMD? 3, 3, 3, 2 up on the week. And this was something we alerted to our members at 240. It rallied 11% this week while the market wasn't doing much. And then today, gap up sell. Inside bar down. Where's that happening from? Is happening from the target right there at 267.08. So they gap it up, you take your profit at your target, back in. And if they're going to retest, right, they'd retest like this and then start coming back again. But you can see all the strongest ones would be that. So if we go 2 up on the week, these are the uptrends that kept going this week. Like 2 up week. This was the inside day to cause it at 26. it rallied 50%. HYMC, it's just been trending up. It's one of the stronger ones. Quadruple U, right? It's still going. So anything 2 up this week has to be stronger. Anything 2 down has to be weaker. And that's why if we go to the sectors, we want to go wherever these 2s are. Ideally 2 up today and right now. So the daily, you got materials, you got some energies and some financials. But on a 60 basis, you can see, or actually not financials, energies, staples, and materials on a daily basis. Now, that doesn't mean they're going up right now, right? Daily basis, that's one thing. The intraday, the 60 minutes going down. Intel, intraday going down. Today going down. To this week, potential outside bar. This month and this quarter, coming off of their targets. So they're taking their profit from targets, and we're forcing them to do it with our inside bar signal, which is a beautiful thing. So I'm up 40% on my Intel puts from the morning session. And I got them pretty much when the day went red, and I just held. You can see Qs and SPY, as we identified, the inside 60 prior to the flip. Boom. There's your inside 60 signal. Qs instantly down they go, almost $2. Now, gauging your magnitude, right? You can see it'd be down into 618.72 if they fully negate Qs. If we go to SPY, inside 60 down, as we discussed prior, we're still an inside day, which means price discovery is broadening to yesterday's lows. So this inside 60 has a magnitude on the broadening formation to take low day, and then yesterday's lows, and then maybe they get wrecked. That could definitely happen. So SPY Qs simultaneous break with the Dow Jones. You'll see the sideways 2 hour to the downside. So 2 hour inside bar down. Then IWM, the measured move, inside bar still good. And like we said, if you're going to short anything, you'd want to short IWM, because look at your price discovery. Shooter day, where's it going to go? Down to this low. And then inside 60 confirms the downside. And like we said, momentum, it's normally not as instantaneous, kind of like Intel, because the seller is just getting what they want. So the break is not instantaneous, but the move tends to be big if we are correct. So much like Intel, it's not very fast in here, but eventually they might blow them out, because you'll hit some guys who really need to get out of their trades. If we go to HUT, we perfectly got you out of that HUT trade right at high day, selling into a very illiquid option. That's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Then APLD, you see at your daily magnitude, reversal 15er brings them back in. So like we said, APLD did what they're supposed to do, and now that they're coming back in, we have no idea. Right? It could go all the way back down. It could not, because you're messing with broadening formations here. Or if we zoom out on the 30-minute, right? If it's going new lows, I don't want to be long when it hits 32. That's for sure. I want to be short Intel. That's what I want to be, right? But now let's go and take a look after our 60 simultaneous breaks. Right here. Notice most of the market's going down besides staples, real estate. So there's more defensive types of names there. But look at this, full throttle downside on some of these guys. Real estates, utilities, financials, industrials, technologies, almost. So they're having issues. So if we go down on the 60s and we just count 2 down, 700 names. 2 up, 300 names. So we have twice as many downtrends as uptrends. And what that looks like, sadly, we don't have SPY being shown here yet. What that looks like, if we go to like tech or discretionary, it looks like this intraday. Right here. So you have a crossover of the up and down trends right there, and then boom, right? So they cross, changing direction, and that occurred at 11:33 in tech. So if we just go look to tech, you can see where the crossover occurred. We go to a 1-minute chart. For some reason, why is it on 24-hour time? Oh, that makes more sense. We need Chicago time. Where is it? All right. But if we look at that, you'll see it was 11:33. So 3 minutes after the new 60. That was right here. 11:33. So if we just put it on the chart, this would be the crossover signal. Boom, down they go. So you can see when the uptrends and downtrends start changing, that's what matters. The change is what matters. It's not the fact that it's going up or down. It's the change, which is the reversal. So if we go to tech, you'll see, although the previous 60 was down, most tech was not going down. So 11:33, then most tech started kicking in. Right? You can see in here, pretty much the uptrends and downtrends matched, which means you had some inside bars too. So you had 18% of inside bars, which all of those broke besides, what, 10%. Pretty neat. What if we go to materials? Look at this. So all day on materials, they gap up, 2 downs for the most part. No buying, and then boom, the buyer actually shows up in here. So you can see the equilibriums. We had more consolidations than trends until right there at 11:42. And 11:42 is right here. So right there is when we had more downtrends kicking in into the materials. And a lot of people, what they don't understand with continuity is the 60-minute matters. It shows you what's right now. Could be going down across every time frame, but if right now it's going up, it's not a short. Because if you short it and it's going up right now, you're going to lose. So when we see these things kick into the downside, like right now, the best short looks like whoever has the most downtrends. So tech technically has the most downtrends with SPY, which is XLK, which is XLY discretionary. So when we go to XLY and XLK, that's where the biggest trouble is, right? XLY, down they go. They're going 2 down this week. And then we go on the day. Technically 2 up today, so it's conflicted. We got a tech. 3 on the day showing aggression. So the 3 tells you both sides of the range can be taken. Right, so 3 went down. We saw the 30s this morning. Hammer 30. Boom. Inside 30 at the high day. Other way. Boom. Right. So very nice simultaneous inside 60 SPY. Very nice with the Qs. Very nice with the Dow Jones 2-hour, which was relatively weak, as we knew. And IWM was already going down. Very nice, guys. Intel, very nice, right? Just get us some more puke intel. And you can see the 5-minute price discovery, like we said. If it's going to expand, where's it going to expand? Here, look at that. Below this level of support. Once you get below it, 45.16, down they go. $60-minute buyers still in there in XRP. You got another 30-minute 222 potentially setting up. Still not an outside day in XRP. So it's a possibility. Intel had the 31215. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, right there. 3. That's your broad information I drew out, right? Price discovery, consolidation, 2. Down they go. Give us outside week. Do it. Do it, do it, do it. Yeah, I really want to get this indicator fixed. So I need to figure out. That's what I was up so late doing. I was like, wait, why do we not have this yet? It would probably help with our with our developers who need to understand which way things are going. And if you're looking at this and you're like, I missed it, I didn't get the 60 break, right here, inside 15 minute, or right here, inside 5 minute, right? Like we'd said, slight green and then send it, slight green, send it, slight green. Can we send it, right? Maybe we go double inside. But if that could break, what would it do? Yesterday's lows is here. So use the 5 minute group that bought in here, trigger their stops to take out yesterday's lows, which would trigger the daily group. Whoever bought yesterday, they become in trouble. And anyone that bought this morning goes underwater when this 5 minute triggers and takes yesterday's lows. So you use smaller time frame groups to trigger bigger time frame groups. And this is also why we can take 10 losses and it doesn't matter. You take the 11th one, it works, and you're good. If you're trading shares, right? If you're trading options, then you have to be a little bit more nitpicky, so to speak. But let's see, APLD. Not nitpicky, but you have to be tighter with your stops. Because if you let options go against you, they can really go against you. Is the stream recorded? Always. Yeah, Mr. M, I'm gonna send you over, or I'm gonna fix that calendar. I saw yesterday. I figured we could just book it right before. Sorry. I need to fix my schedule here. Friday. All right. You should be able to use the same code and the same link. I just updated the schedule to include Friday. Okay. So if SPY is inside day still and we failed the high and outside 4 hour, where's it going? It's trying to make low a day, but it's still inside, and that matters because the broadening formation, it's gonna reverse many times during an inside day. Like this morning, it reversed down, then up, then down, then back up again, then down, then back up, then down, then back up, then down, then up, then down, then up, then down, then right. So it went down. That inside fiver breaks up. Now it's trying to go back the other way because it's still an inside bar. And you can see the price discovery looks like this now. So when you're inside, that's why it's trickier, because you don't have the 2 going 3 that's telling you, hey, like, we're going to go take this out for sure. The inside bar tells you that can change because inside day, there's no trend today, which means the trend is the 15, the 30, the 5, the 60. Those are the only trends you're going to have all day. And they only last, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. So this 60, we go test the daily open. The daily buyer is like, nah, right here, inside fiver, I'm willing to pay up. They agreed on price and they reversed. So now it's still inside day. Sadly, we wanted to see that break down. You see Microsoft into the near future, earnings next week. Oh yeah, that'd be a fun gap down buy, wouldn't it? Ripple on the 30 minute. Boom. That's pretty nice. Almost 1% on 130 minute. And that's the thing. People, you look at SPY and you're like, I can't trade shares and make any money on this thing. Well, go to the things that are moving 20% a day. And we can just very easily scan for those. We pull up the scanner. Oh, we already have it. I have so many scanners open. Let's see. If we pull up the scanner, we go ATR percent, high to low. These are the guys that are moving 10% a day, or even, a couple of percent every hour. So if your goal is to make, 1% on your account, if you trade 10% of the account, make 10% on that trade, that's 1%. So we go to AMA. So we go to AMA today. What did they do? 60-minute hammer. Boom. That's 8% right there. That's all you needed. And if you traded the shooter this morning, it dropped 10% before coming back. So you definitely could have made 5 there. But there's your 60-minute hammer, all time frames, long green bars. They really like this thing. Right? If we go to ETH-U, right? This morning, 60-minute hammer. Boom, 5%. Right? If we go to HUT, APLD, we already know those guys moved pretty good. IREN, Court, you know, IREN moved pretty good. So you can see all the best trades today, they're all the biggest movers because volatility, like IREN here, 3-2, volatility just makes our stuff work better. So the more it's moving, the better. Because look at this monthly. It's going to 76.87. It's momentum expansion on the day, the 60-minute. Still inside week for next week if it closes that way. But they're really close to changing that to a 2, sadly. Now if we get a BMNR, hammer, boom. There's your outside day. So you can see all the hammer 60s on these biggest gainers. That's all they were. A-Lab. So A-Lab, this is the biggest loser, or a big loser. See, it's down 5% on the day. So it's a little trickier. It was gap up sell in the morning. Boom, takes the inside day down. Didn't really go much off the daily. At least not yet. It's mother bar issues now. And Intel, even though this doesn't look like much, this is down 2%, right? I put that corrective activity advice into practice right now and made some money. Let's go. Woo. How do you place your stops with options? Tight, and you do it on the underlying price. So, like, let's say, for example, SPY. We're trading this inside bar on the 1 minute. If we're taking this down, trying to get this daily to break, the stop, maybe it's 20 cents. So this would be your option stop loss. If price hits that, you market order out. If it doesn't, you're in and you move stops towards price, breaking even as soon as you can. Because with options, even if it hits your break even stop, you might still lose. So the goal is get in, it goes instantly and it goes whomp, right? It hits your target down $1. If you're playing 0 DTE, this could be between 50 to 100% gain, right? At end of day, that could be 50% right there. So if it goes 50% right away, you can sell some of it and then a break even stop is actually break even, right? Now, you might look at that and be like, well, I'm going to get stopped out a lot. Yeah, which is why we suggest with options not to learn options right away first. Because once you get good at it, you'll see where those simultaneous breaks are going to happen. And things will, like this, where this inside 5 minute breaks the 60, which then breaks simultaneous break on SPY and Qs and IWM. They're all going down. So this breaks and it never comes back. That's what we want. So if this 5 minute goes 2-2, it might never come back. If we take yesterday's lows, it could just puke. And you can see in this case, right, it's still trending down on a 1 minute. So ideally, you trail the stop down to this low or this high here. So it'd be 4 cents. Then once this bar closes, you can go break even, because if this breaks, this goes down and then it breaks above 688.60, it'd be a reversal. So you can get break even to that reversal level. Gauge strength and took gold off the lows on the fiver right here. Yep, 2-2. Boom. Nice one, right? Expansion on all time frames and then a 225er. Get in. It's good stuff. Then you got the 225er at high day if you wanted to short it back down. What is the ticker for copper? No idea. COPX, ICOP, and COP. Of course it is, right? COP. Somehow I'm getting a phone call from Hawaii right now. Yeah, but if we go to it's not, it's COP with 2 P's, right? Yeah, COP. So this is Copper Miners, COPP. Not the most liquid intraday, but look at this yearly 3-2 year above 36.52. You can see the 3-2 quarter that caused all this at 70% move. You'll see the 2-2 month that caused all of this stuff for 30%. Then the 2-2 day right here, trying to go to new highs. And then the hammer 60 copper as you get towards the end of the day. Sarah, I wonder where she is. See if she's busy or not. But you can see, so on the 5-hour SPY, if that's going to kick into the downside, the way we'd want to do it would be like that. Now, ideally, we wouldn't be trading. This is still inside 30. So you're trading during an inside 30 minute, during an inside day. It's not ideal just because it's consolidating where price is reversing up and down and up over and over. So you can see it went up and then down, then up. This point, what, slight lower low stops us out. And so you can see it went down and then up. And it's because we're now in this inside bar on the higher time frame consolidation. So Intel back testing the broadening formation here. We'd like to see them stay out, making a new low a day and then just ideally never coming back to this range. We're going to see them puke harder today. Since it is a 3-day kicking pattern I have next week, so technically I could hold them if I wanted to. Let's go take a look around the horn, and I do have to get going if Sarah responds to me. Let's see it. So you can see inside 60 Qs down, but it starts coming back. So it could rev strat. SPY inside down, starts coming back a little bit, but Qs is the stronger one. That's the one we'd prefer to buy. Then IWM, nothing. Dow is just down. Semis down, but they might hammer. Tech down, but they might hammer. So tech, semis, Qs, right, could hammer back. Communications already did, which is like your Meta, your Google, that type of stuff. Regional banks are getting destroyed. Biotech's getting destroyed off the inside 60 signal. All the energies at those shooter 60s this morning, they're still grinding lower, although XOP firms up a little bit. Retail's getting destroyed still. Dollar, pretty destroyed as well. And you see the VIX, like we said, inside 60 VIX, it breaks up while the indexes break down. So they went and bought volatility and shorted the market or sold in the market. The question becomes, do we rev strat, right? So anytime Qs starts coming back above 623.03, that is trying to get that rev strat kicking in. So as we get towards the end of the day, if tech is going to be strong, rev strat 60 to confirm full time frame continuity to the upside in tech with the semis and the XLK, that's something we'd like to know. And we know it's already the major caps. So we go Apple, little bit of a problem, kind of stuck in there, but maybe. You got a broadening formation. Google, let's see. Google's hammering back. Meta's gonna be strong still, right? Yep. Meta's just right to the highs. So you can see it's the strongest one. So when the tech started firming up, Meta went 3-2 reversal 5-minute. Goes bang, right up to the highs. And you can see long red 15er and then trade against them in the direction of the green day, the green week, the green quarter, green year. Now a green month. So anyone short this month, that's who's buying right now with this buyer that showed up in tech today. Gold miners also have some rev strats cooking up. And this also means things like APLD, things like HUT, right? You could try it again on the 22230 or something like that. Ripple is going to look very similar to the cryptos. So you have gold miners, maybe with the rev strat into the flip. Then we'll have to see what tech wants to do, if it's going to stay firm or not. right now we still have VIX signal up on the 60 for 10 minutes, and we still have signals down indexes for 10 minutes, and then they'll exhaust. So as we get closer to the next flip, you have Rev Strat 15 on SPY that might kick into the downside. Qs, for now, there's 2 up 15. Dow Jones is inside 15 shooter, and IWM is double inside 15. So you got some 15ers into 30-60s continuation or reversal. Are you talking about this one here? I have not finished it yet. I just made an update to it. It's supposed to be hopping off, but Sarah is not getting back to me. See APLD 15ers up, going outside 30s. If that 15 kicks in, it's only got 7 minutes left, but all time frames pointing up. Let's see if this code change is beneficial here. Price discovery arrow. Not fun. Oh no, wrong one. But you can see, right, this daily is kicking in with the month and the quarter, the year, and everything, which is why it's got this really big target. Look at that APLD 30. Bright red, right there when it changes. Boom, kill him. Get him out of here. HUT was the same way. Bright red, it didn't go too down, it just changed to inside. Pepsi, we still haven't seen them come back for that one. Coca-Cola is a little better, setting up the 222 shotgun 60-minute. Real estate's still firming up off those lows. Financial's still pretty weak. Healthcare is still very weak. Intel, look at this. See how we're back testing price discovery? And notice, you don't have to be able to draw them perfectly. You just have to understand what's going on. 3, 3. This is price discovery starting over. Slight, how much higher? 1 penny higher. Boom, down they go. Almost 1%. So it's just that slight higher high, the slight lower low. That's what matters to us. Tried to time Meta, Swing, and Boeing, and I believe Oracle last quarter. So last quarter, you were buying during a 2 down, unless you were shorting. But if you're buying during a 2 down, not what we're trying to do. versus this quarter, inside quarter shows us that price is consolidating, which gives this daily signal more oomph because we know consolidations are price discovery starting over. So what happened? They went inside quarter, they went up, then down, then back up for the price discovery. Yeah, so if you were shorting last quarter, you had 1 quarter to short. You had this weekly signal here, so 1 week there. The week went continuation down, and then you'll see this week hits this next target right there. The quarter's still a 1. Or actually, no, the quarter's a 2. Let's see. Hold up. Yeah, so it was only this part. So once they got to the end of the quarter, they closed all their shorts. That's pretty much what happened. So let me zoom out so we can help you out. So we have this on the quarter, right? Then we had this on the week with weekly targets here. Or the month, my bad, monthly shooter. So if we go to the week, you had the weekly 3, which caused all of this stuff. Then 2, 2, 2. So what is it? Broadening formation. Expansion, expansion, expansion. When this goes 2, 2 weak, you got to exit the short because you're at the bottom of this broadening formation right here. Or you have to reduce at the very least. And then you can see this inside quarter, chop, chop, chop. Right? This is what was troublesome towards the end of this quarter, but also going into the beginning of this one. SCCO, copper. Nice outside hammer this morning on SCCO. Yep. 3-2 year. Good. It's going up this quarter, going up this month. Good, good, good. Then notice long red daily bar. That's when you buy it. Boom. Okay, well, let me help you out. So if we have a 3, that's our broadening formation price discovery. And we have our signal. If this is a quarterly signal, it is confirmed or negated by the month. So we got to think, right? On a quarterly chart, yes, this would be 1 quarter. On a monthly chart, this is 3 trading months. On a weekly chart, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. Then you have 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. So if we're going from here to here, each month must be a 2 to the downside and red. If we're going to go from here to here, each week has to go 2 down. Right? Now, sometimes, yes, you'll make this slightly higher high and then keep going. That's okay. But when we're looking at it, we have to understand then, if we're trading, let's say it's a monthly signal, right? So we have how many weeks? 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be the best signal we could take, would look like this. The next best would probably look something like this. Inside bar, right? Using this signal to keep it going. But if this is not going to hit the target, what's going to happen is they might sell it down a little bit, recover, and now the week changes direction. When this weekly reversal happens, this magnitude it's not true anymore. The magnitude is now to take out the high, which would be the open of the quarter or the month, in this case, the month. Now, if we have our 3, right, looks like this. During that, right, we have a 3, goes down, and then it reverses here. This changes what's happening. So when we go to Meta, and this is why we say things confirm or they negate. We go to Meta. 322 quarter. And we're just going to get rid of the current price action so we can see this properly. So this quarterly is true below 690.76. Every 2 down reconfirms that. So there's the break of the quarter here with an outside week. Continuation, we can hold. Continuation, we can hold. Continuation, we can hold. Reversal. The quarterly signal now no longer has control of price action. The weekly signal has a magnitude to take 635 out and then potentially 659. So this goes reversal. Boom. Weekly buyer. And then here, they continue. Then here, they continue. Then they go red here and start coming back in. So we have to, if we're playing the quarter, we would enter, hold, or add, and then here, reduce. So if you reduce, let's say half your position, you make 12% on the downside, 86 points. That guarantees that you're in a winning position. So if you wanted to hold it, you could and risk their money instead of your own money. But each week needs to confirm that. Same thing with the month. Each month, right? First month of the quarter, they sell. Second month, they sold. The weekly changed, which started bringing it back up. Then the next month opens, it becomes a 2. At that point, you have no evidence of the quarterly seller. Because the monthly buyer's here, the weekly buyer's here. That quarterly seller is gone as far as we know. Should you not short? If you're going to short, you need bearish full time frame continuity. So when we look, if we look at our continuity levels, when you're doing this, the short, you were correct, right? You're correct in shorting this. And you'll see this is the day, the week, month, quarter, year. So you had the day, the week, month, quarter. So long as the quarter, the month, and the week are red, you have no reason to get out. Even when it ticks up a little on the daily, you have no reason to get out. Date, the week, the month, quarter are red. So this week, this month, this quarter, they're selling. Then the week and the day change right here. Now, this week, that seller's gone because this week they're buying, which means this week that seller's not here. The only way that seller comes back is if this reverses, and it didn't reverse. They went 2, 2, 2, 2. So the seller's gone, right? And there's a buyer showing up. It's that yearly buyer coming back this week to buy more. So you can see each week matters, each month matters, each quarter matters. They all matter. So we go to like the biggest winners. The biggest winners just continue to confirm. So it looks like this. Outside month, reversal. 2, continuity up. 2, continuity up. 2, right? It did go red in here. So if we look at the weekly, there's your profit taking on the week. And then it goes 2 again next month. So you can see they took their profit and then the buyer comes back. Because if we look at this, when the week was red, the month, the quarter were red. The day, the week, the month. Yeah, so day, week, and month were red in here. Then the next week opens, boom, everything flips green. And you'll notice, since this is consolidation, there's not much going on here. It goes 3 and then consolidates for a couple weeks. And they take the highs out. There's some selling, right? But the year, the quarter, the month, all green still. So if the year, the quarter, and the month are all green, the weekly seller is technically just profit taking. Then it ticks down. Everything's green here and here and here. So when we go and look, you can see the yearly participant started buying MU at 90 something bucks, 93 bucks. The yearly participant continued to stick around. At the point of these all being red here, right? The month, quarter, the week, we had no evidence of the yearly buyer, but then the buyer came back this day, this week, this month, they bought here. Then we had no evidence of that buyer. And then the yearly buyer came back. Everything went green. Boom. Right. And then anytime it's red here, this is poorly timed short positions. They're incorrect. 2. Poorly timed short. They're incorrect. 2, 2, 2. Then there was some selling, right? They could have changed stuff, but the year, the quarter is still green. So once it starts firming up, this is a poorly timed short as well. Boom. Take them all out. Yes, the lower times dictate the higher time frames. Exactly. Because you have to understand the monthly chart, right? At any point, you could get a month that looks like this. And what does that look like on a week? It's like, well, it opens, it goes one direction, then it goes the other direction. Maybe it consolidates, then it goes one direction, then it goes the other direction. So each week, right, they bought it this week. The second week opens, that monthly buyer's gone. So the weekly sellers come and counter them. The next one opens. the weekly guys are buying, the month is still red. It's an inside bar, so it's just a mess in there. And then it breaks here. This is a signal. The month is red, the week is red. They sell into the new lows, right? Then after they make new lows, they change green here. So now the monthly seller's gone, and this is a rev strat. And then the month goes green, so now all the sellers this month are in trouble. And then maybe, you know, at the end of the month, it closes somewhere here. It's like each week it can change what's going on. So that's why we say when things happen matters. Because if you take a reversal on a Tuesday, that's different than taking a reversal on Thursday, because the color of the week will be different. So if we go and look at the best trades, they will always reconfirm what we know to be true. So if you're a swing trader, and if you want to, we have a whole course we did on this recently. But if you're a swing trader, you go like this. So we want things going up this year, right? And then we want things that confirm. So we look for 2s up on the year. We can go to the strongest ones. Then we ask, does that reconfirm? Does the buyer come back to continue buying? So we go to AHMA. 7 days, the new month opens. So in 7 days, we're either going to confirm this really aggressive buyer that showed up here, or we're going to change it. So for now, the inside day, we'd rather confirm it. We got the inside month signal, or the inside week signal, I mean. It's going up this month. It's going up this quarter. It's going up this year. So we'd prefer it go in that direction, because it could go, you know, it could go another 100% from here. We'll have to see. But let's go and we'll look at like the reversals. So let's go to the rev strats, ILMN. Am I in the right time frame? I probably wasn't. Year. 1, 2 down, 2 up. Huh? Something's incorrect, so maybe we have false data there. Beam. All right, so beam. If this yearly rev strat, 1, 2, 2, right? This would be the target, trying to go way up higher. But we have initial targets at 50 bucks. If that's going to be true, next month, we need to see the month reconfirm. How would it do that? Well, we have an inside week. So if it's going to reconfirm next month, maybe we set up a hammer on the week that can break at the beginning of next month to cause it, because that lower time frame always causes the big time frame. So maybe it looks like this, where we can buy it here, target, target. And if we do that, that would be last month's highs as our target. You can see we have inside day here. So maybe the inside day breaks down next Monday, and then they start recovering. And that sets up the hammer week or the outside week, whatever it ends up being. So it's always thinking ahead like a good pool player. If this works, then what? What am I left with? So if we want to trade, let's say 1, 2 down, and green on the month, these would be all your potential rev strats for next month. Or let's say all your potential rev strats for the quarter. So if we go here, we know it's a 1, 2 down green quarter in O'Reilly. Okay, so if O'Reilly is going to go 1, 3, which we know happens, we will have to see a 2, 2 month on the second month of the quarter for sure. Either that or a 3, 2 month. When is this occurring? Well, you know, this week it's just going up. Today it's just going up. So what we'd prefer to see is, can we stop some of these guys out and then go after it next month to break all that? Or at the end of this month to set that up. If we go to CDP, real estates, you see 1, it went down by, it was probably a penny on our scanner, goes back up. It's already a 3 on the month. So for next month, we'll have this broadening formation. TGTX, 1, 2 down on the month or on the quarter, but green. And we have a 3 here on the month. I'm going to turn this off for you. So you can see we got inside week. Could this inside week break next week to set up, you know, the 3-2 month and the 1-3 quarter for next month? Absolutely. Right now, you can see they're new highs and they're starting to come back through this range. So we'll have to see. KBH. You can see inside quarter, it broke down, but it started coming back. Now this week, not so much, right? So we're not anywhere near a weekly reversal or anything to set up the month. But you can see we can go through it. Look at the month. Maybe it's a 1 or a 3-2-2 next month. We'll have to see. It's nowhere near triggering that. But we can go down through the list. Pepsi, 1, 2 down in green on the quarter. Well, what happens if we get a 2-2 day next week? This would kick us back into that quarter. The week was red, so this was profit taking against those bigger time frames that are green, although very slightly. It's only up 0.5% this year, right? So it's not up much. Slightly green. So if this goes green next week off a 2-2 day, we're trying to rev strat the quarter and take out 155.33. The strongest stuff this year was 3-2. Yeah, QBT, let's see. So QBT, notice inside day down, is it anywhere near taking out the mother bar though? It is not. So you can see it's nowhere near taking this target, which is okay, right? We still have a magnitude to take it out. It's inside year, double inside. 3 and then inside quarter. We look at the month, double inside month. So for next month, what would we want to see? Well, maybe like an inside week to trigger the month, to trigger the 3-2 quarter, to trigger the year down. And this daily is setting up that shooter for next month. So you can see it's always, this signal is doing what to the week? It's doing what this month, in this quarter, in this year? Because then when you see stuff like MU later this year, and you're like, that's a 3-2 year. It's expanding the quarter. It's expanding the month. This is a hard uptrend. Then when you see any of these red bars, you're like, yeah, I would like to buy it anytime we can get above all these short guys and just blow them out because we have a 3-2. So if we go to things that are setting up for next month so far, 3, 2 down in green, Boyle at AAP. So Boyle is the natural gas ETF. It'd be 322. Where is this occurring? Bottom of the quarterly broadening formation. Now this thing does trend towards 0, so we're aware of that. It's trying to mimic a future, and those always go towards 0. But if we look at this year, 2 going 3 year, and when you look at this, you can look historically. There have been big moves in this. Like this 500% move, that was a real move. The split makes it look crazy, but that was a real move. It might have just gone from like $1 to like $5, but you see it's at 28. If this played out, that'd be a 300% move. So if this monthly worked, you have potential 300% of range, right? If they wanted to. And then inside day there, they had the 2-2 week this week that kicked in right at the open Tuesday. Boom, 32%. Boyle was, or KOLD was the opposite. Looks pretty good, but then gap down here, they got destroyed, right? 20% lower. Inside week broke down, countering the month. So this looked good until it opened the week here. That looked really bad. Countering the quarter for a 3, countering the year for a 3. All that fun stuff. But for next month, you can see 3, 3, 2 down in green and Lennar in the home builders, but it's countering. So the weaker stuff we're seeing this week, they're selling some of it down. BCI, Bloomberg Commodity Strategy ETF. Yeah, 322 above that. 12% of range. Maybe it goes a lot further. It's been higher. And obviously commodities are pretty on fire. Not sure if they have options, but SBS. Compañía de Saneamiento. What is this, Brazil or something? NYSE. Sao Paulo. Estado. I mean, it looks like Spanish. But you'll see this week, kicking pattern. 2-2 week. What does that do? 3, and then notice this was last month's lows. So this 2-2 occurred at last month's lows as a kicking pattern, which is why it goes so far. And then the day, each day confirms the week. It was green here, green here, green here, green here. Confirming the weekly seller was here each of these days this week. Or the weekly buyer, my bad. Let's see, BCI. These are some of the lower ATR ones, but Brown-Forman.B. I don't know. 322. Let's go to some of the bigger movers. AVGO. So this is 3-2 down expansion. So these guys are having trouble, right? Might be more trouble next month with the shooter quarter, with the red year. So they're taking profit this year. The shooter quarter times that profit taking, and the 3-2 month shows us the expansion of the broadening formation, where that quarterly is going to kick in and go right away. Because the expansion is always what goes fast. So if it can stay below this, we might expand into some of these guys. So we really don't have that many 2 down in green. AAP would be one. I think we already looked at. Yeah, but here, 3, 2 down in green for the 322. It's got the outside week. It'd be ideal if we go inside or something next week, then we can break this next month. Now, if we go to 1, 2 down and green, there's really not that many. There's a lot of sells that happened to start this year. Figma got sold off. Utilities CEG got sold off here. Inside month triggers quarterly reversal with an outside week with the 2-2 day here on the gap. If we go to team, inside month 3-1-2 down, triggered by the inside week 3-1-2 reversal with the 3-2-2 day here and the inside day here to get in there. GoDaddy. Inside week down, triggered. Inside month down, triggered. Reversal, 2 up, 2 down year. With the rev strat day there, the inside day down here. This, wow, right? Destroyed. Shopify, inside month down. We tried to buy it on the on the inside week, but it went rev strat 1-3-2 down week on Tuesday, and then they sold every day besides today. Right? They sold a little bit, and then they're gone. So a lot of things got hit. There's not a lot of rev strats here. Ionics, maybe, yeah, pretty weak stuff. Let's just see what the greenest 2 downs are. Lens Crafters or Lens Therapeutics. 3 2 down in green quarter at 16. That's a pretty decent range. And then maybe a 2-2 month next month with a range of 41%. Upwork for the 2-2 month next month. And you can see the reversal on Tuesday or turnaround Wednesday. So second day of the week, 2-2 day causes us to recover from last month's lows after an inside week. So notice the rev strat, 1 on the week, 2-2 day to cause a 3, 12%. Energies, NOG, slightly. But you can see, right, when you line up those inside bars and those potential 3s across multiple time frames, that's when stuff really kicks in. If you look at SPY right now, the reason we're not really talking much about the market, back to a 1. So we had a 1, we had a decent little break, it moved a little bit, and then a 1 again. Inside day still. So next week, inside day with a potential 3-2-2 week up, or the inside day breaks down and changes the month back to red, and the week would be red, and we'd have full time frame continuity down to go make lower highs. So next week will be more important than today, is what we would say about that. Intel still going down? Yep. Like we were saying, every penny it goes lower, the worse it gets. Because what's happening when you're trading with broadening formations and a proper understanding of the range, the reversals are always going back through a broadening formation, right? The pivot machine gun, it's always going back through a broadening formation. But the expansions, like a 3-2 reversal to the upside or the downside, that's when the range is getting bigger. Eventually, you get a range like this and it stays out. So you got to think like the other traders you're trading against, because you truly are in a battle with other people. The buyers buy it up and then the sellers go wham. Then the buyers buy it up, the sellers try to sell more. That was it. The buyers buy it up, The sellers, they try to sell more. They they almost get them back into the range, and then boom, gone. So what happened? Well, all the sellers in this range, once this failed to get back into and it starts going like this, everyone gets blown out of their short position. So if we go to like a GameStop, just to give you like a really picture perfect, what does this look like? So the broadening formation times the range. And the beautiful thing is with the indicator, it's not a hindsight analysis. This will actually show you the bottom in GameStop, how it happened. So we make the new lows. Price discovery, we had the low, the new high, the new low. You can see they start off the year bright red. And we'll just keep it on the bottom time frames, so the shorter ones. Then the weekly buyer shows up here. Didn't really do much, right? Didn't change these big time frames. And I might remove the 60-minute just to make it go quicker. But I guess no, it's going pretty quick. But you can see, so on a monthly basis, it's trying to go price discovery back up here. Anytime the month is green. So in this case, it flips red. They make a new lower low. This is all-time lows. Anytime it's green, it was trying to go back up here. I don't have the indicator updated yet. But you can see how the monthly group is countering the quarter and the yearly group who were selling before. And that's what creates winning trades. When the yearly group that sold short GameStop is incorrect, that group has to buy, which is what causes a rally. And that's why you saw all over the news, right? Like, the hedge funds are trapped short in GameStop. It's like, yeah, they shorted it from $15 all the way to $1, and they're short the whole company. So when GameStop goes from $1 to $5, yeah, they're in trouble. And then 5 to 10, they're in more trouble. And then 10 to 100, now they're really screwed, right? They have to close the markets down. They're like, stop the game, stop the game. We can't play anymore. You can see GameStop, the double inside month, RevStrat, if it's above $1.14. This would be timing the RevStrat reversal of these short traders that tried to sell last month. And you'll see now the quarter aligns, the month aligns. So at this point, the yearly buyer is here, or the yearly seller was gone. Now the yearly buyer shows up. Anytime the month, the quarter, the year are green. So look, right? Anytime these all align, look at that. This is that buyer showing up, which is, you know, all the people from Wall Street Bets at the time. Then there's some profit taking. They buy the dip, boom. Look at that right there on the daily. Inside day, destroyed. Look at the week. Inside week, boom, RevStrat. Then you'll see 2 week down. For 1 week, they sell. The quarter, the year, the month are still green, though. Next week, they come and sell a little more. Then here, the quarter monthly guys, they show up anytime this is green. Look at that. What's happening? Look at the year. It just reversed. So where's it going now? $16 on the yearly basis. The month is in conflict with that. But if the year is green, right, $16. And you can see weekly sellers countered by the investor timeframes, yearly, monthly, quarterly. The new year opens. Anytime it's green, it's going to 16, 3-2 expansion, right? So what's happening? A 3, look, a 3 is a broadening formation. So when we go in here, this broadening formation I'm drawing out on a big time frame looks like a 3, like this. Maybe it's green, maybe it's red, right? It doesn't matter. But this is a 3 on a bigger time frame. So eventually, this broadening formation acts as support. All the shorts within this range are forced to buy higher prices. That, or they're going to lose their house. So they have to buy. And that's what happened to these hedge funds. 3, and then it breaks here. All the shorts are going to be forced to buy higher prices. Boom. Right? And notice how long that lasts. Right? Anytime the week is green, that buyer's in there. Since volatility increased, you'll see the second the week goes red, boom, 70% in 1 week. So the week was confirming or negating the year, the quarter, and the month. When the week went red, we had no evidence of the yearly, quarterly, or monthly buyer. And the month went red there at 2, it's 79. So the month and week flip red, and you'll note, when the month is red, we don't have evidence of the quarterly, yearly buyer anymore, which is why it pukes. So you can see it's very clear cut. So when we're going to Intel today, what we're doing is we're trapping those guys in long positions, the guys who are buying this month, this quarter, this year. We're trapping these guys and forcing prices down to make them sell. Because price discovery, if we look at the 60-minute, this is price discovery here. Where is it expanding? Right there at 45 bucks. So if we're below that, good freaking luck, right? These guys are screwed. And since we can time this across time frames, that, you know, that price discovery expansion is occurring at the top of the weekly range. So what we want to see is as many low days as possible if we can stay below this stuff. CRML with a 4-hour 222 hammer. Nice. Good mention by Uncle Amu. You'll see he's trading in the materials sector. And I said, and I'm going to say it again, if you're with us, please, we need people that can focus on one sector, because it will help us all win this year, because we have materials sector that we should be buying, we have energies we should be buying, and we have all the miners, gold and silver, any commodity stuff, right? Like there's so many different sectors. You don't have to buy every one, but if you can just track one of them all year and help everyone else get on those same setups, whenever we see those like this, right? 222 on the 4-hour, any weekly setups, right? All that stuff, the monthly rev strats, all of it. We're looking for all of it. And the price discovery expansion, it's also how you know definitively when to hold a position. So you can see, redraw the signal. So if we start here, no broadening formation at this point. You could say they made lower lows here. So potential broadening formation starting, and then boom, right there. Price discovery, it gets bigger, like right here. Then it gets bigger again. So it reverses at the top and goes to the bottom. Reversed here, it went to the bottom of this. And then an inside bar signal. It breaks, boom, instantly to the top of the range. That's what we want. Then once outside, we leave it. We're good. We got the signal. It never reversed. The range is now expanding. That's the goal of every trade, is to do this. So we leave positions in this triangle or this broadening formation open. We can add on this additional signal here, and then you tend to see price just kind of go crazy, right? So if we drew it out like how it tends to happen, you tend to see this happen. And maybe you get one red bar in there. But it looks something like that. And you can see the range expands, which means you're going to have further distance between sellers and where the buyers are buying. Just because when ranges expand, the perception is that, right? We had this. So the price discovery, new high, new low. So it was expensive here, it's cheap here, then it's expensive here, then it's cheap here. But the guys who are trying to buy it when it's cheap start getting blown out, and all the buyers that were buying up there get blown out at the same time. So the buyers just experience, every buyer experiences a huge loss is what happens. The 5-hour on gold is a good example this morning. Yeah, let's see it. On gold futures. So you're looking here. And this is why breakout traders, they're partially right in what they're talking about. I don't know. There's not a very clear one. I guess this one right here is what you might be talking about. Yeah, so you can see the hammer signal here causes expansion, and then it goes boom, 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 boom. And you can see how the indicator shows you when this expansion starts kicking in. And that's right into all-time highs, which is why it's showing that. But so you can see, right? The signal, this 2-2 reversal, creates a 3. The expansion is when it just keeps going. The 2 down, 2 1, 2 up reversal creates the 3. The expansion here on the week is what keeps it going. The 3 on the year creates the 3 in gold. The expansion of that at 2,000 points is what causes it to go to 5,000. Each inside month here creates the range, and the expansion of those inside months creates the rally. Every month that broke as an inside signal reconfirmed the year for expansion and the quarter. So you can see each quarter confirmed the year for 3 years in gold. Out of Intel last little bit. Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. We are kicking into expansion Intel. We want to see this thing start trucking. Either that or I'm going to be closing soon. My Intel is up 60% from the morning open. And just so you guys are well aware, we did alert this yesterday. Hey everybody, watch Intel for the big kicking pattern at the top of a large uptrend for the tomorrow's open, just like the textbook definition. And that's why the textbook's important, right? If you know the textbook, you know what's going on. And that's what all this stuff is. This is all part of the text. This is all the additional materials, but this would be your textbook, which we are actually planning on releasing a book in the future. And if you want to get notified to our books that come out or any other cool things we're releasing, like updates to our scanner, or any other new products that we release, go to stratalerts.ai. And you can learn some stuff there. We have some blog posts. If you start here for free, you can get into our free Discord where we do streams like this every so often. We tend to do these public Friday streams since there's 0 DTE options. And if you're right, then you can go and you sign up, go join us with your profits, right? But your first name, your email, we're never going to sell your data. We really just use it to send out, information, and let you know when we have free events going on and sales. So if you do that, you'll get notified. We also do plan on, opening a fund in the near future. So if you're interested in that, we will also be notifying people through that list there as well, whenever that's going live. So the book idea is perfect. Yeah, thank you. I really want to do it because none of this is actually taught in schools. There was a class in North Carolina that they did one time, when Rob was still alive, but he died right before they were getting it into some of these, or into colleges as a credit you can take. Because it really is, at the end of the day, it's very similar to math. It is or is not. 2 + 2 does equal 4 every time. The 3 is always a broad information. The 3-2-2 is always fun to do. Boom. That being said, though, let's go back to the SPY. So you can see SPY, that buyer is still in here. It's just slow because you got this inside 60-minute. So you can see the prediction is that the buyer keeps buying. Everything's green. Still consolidating on the day. Conflicted on the week. Just at the highs and everything else. And sometimes you don't really get a move until the last hour of the day. We call this back ender. So what happened? They bought it. The shorts tried to come in here and sell it. Now, if this triggers, notice we will have pivot, 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 pivot. Tight pivots close by each other. These pivots speed price up, for one. For two, the last one is yesterday's high. So we might be able to become a 2 in about 25 minutes when this goes inside bar up with full time frame continuity on SPY. Qs. You'd also have the pivot machine gun, these 4 pivots to take out with full time frame continuity, and 2 up, or 2 down to green week, 2 up a day. So the 60 would be a reversal into a daily uptrend and a weekly buyer that's trying to go 3 this week. Also a monthly buyer. That's 2 up this month, but it is doji. So maybe, right? Dow Jones inside 60 would counter the daily seller in the direction of the monthly, quarterly, yearly buyer with the weekly buyer as well. So if the 60 reverses Dow Jones, at the point of that reversal, the daily seller's gone, the weekly buyer, monthly, yearly, quarterly buyer is here right then and there on the 60-minute break. So that matters. And you'll see how continuity, even though it's a daily reversal down, if that 60 kicks in, that could change that into full time frame continuity up. So you always have to know, what will it create, negate, or do? The only issue is IWM. It's still green week, still green month, red on the day with a signal, and inside 60 at the lows, I believe. No, it's actually 2 down at the lows and green. So at this point, if it went 2260, you could say the daily guys are profit taking. You got the monthly, the weekly buyer here, and the daily seller would be gone. But you're nowhere near forcing that daily seller to buy. You'd have to take out 269.04 to make that daily seller forced to close their position. So at best, maybe you can get 267.45, 266.82, 266.43. The key is, though, if all 4 of them reverse at the same time, then all of the market reverses at the same time. And if that happens, anyone shorting the market today is forced to cover at the same time. So that would matter if it all reverses in about 20 something minutes here with those inside bars, SPY and Qs, with Qs being the strongest, with that inside bar Dow Jones, and then the 2-2 reversal IWM. That would really matter. Is the PDF available yet? It is not hosted yet. I do think we're just going to put it out without any video commentary for the PDF. Because really the PDF does answer almost every question. So I think that's what we're going to do. We wanted to release it with videos before, but as long as most people don't care, we don't have to, and we can get it on the website probably, this weekend if you guys are interested in that. The only thing is it won't be extremely cheap. We spent a lot of time and effort, and it has, it's literally an encyclopedia of everything you're going to ever need. Like, we can do Control F, swing trading. And it's going to talk about swing trading. We go monthly. It'll tell you about the monthly group, right? We go to actionable signals. This is the old one. If we go to the new one, we use actionable signals to reclaim levels, right? We look for signals before they break, right? It tells you everything you're ever going to want to know. And it's pretty neat because if you see something, and maybe we could add a little to it where it'll do the analysis. I mean, with you know what? Why don't we have that on the site yet? Ooh, I just created a whole new coding project for myself. That's great. Hopefully not for the sake of the company. Nah, really the price doesn't matter that much. Like Amazon, when the whole market crashed in 2008, didn't Amazon go down for like a ton? Even though Amazon's numbers didn't change at all. That's what people don't realize, is the price is not governed by how good the company does or does not do. Obviously, a good trading or a good company, the prices, should be going up if everything's correct. But fundamentally, price action is not under the governance of news. It's not under the governance of earnings. It's under the governance of how aggressive are the buyers or sellers at all points in time. That's all price is. Which is why the broad information happens even if there's good news. Like the way Rob Smith figured this out, that price, like over time, price goes like this, right? And tests both sides of the range. He figured it out because he was trading a Fed day and everyone's like, is the Fed going to cut rates? Because if they do, it's really bullish for the market, right? So it's trading up to this Fed day. I don't remember. I don't have the exact day marked out. let's just say it's trading up to this Fed day and it's sitting like this, right? And then the news comes out. It goes like this. It's like, they're cutting rates. Good news. Then, boom. Wait, they're cutting rates. Now the news is bad. And then, boom. Wait, the news is good again, right? So the news comes out, everyone buys, and then the first guy to take some profit, everyone that wanted to buy this already bought. So the first guys that sell cause everyone else that bought to take profit. And once they take out the level the news came out at, everyone that was waiting, right? They're like, oh, I'm going to wait for the news to come out. You hear that all over Twitter. Like, I'm going to wait for the news. It's like, well, do you know what you're looking for? Because as you're waiting, once it hits this where the news came out, you're like, okay, good news is actually bad. So everyone piles in short as these guys are forced to sell into new low a day if they didn't already sell. So they're like, I made this nice winning trade, and then whomp, right? And then they get stopped out down here. Everyone's short. So now everyone that wanted to sell, the good news is actually bad news. They wanted to sell. They're all short. The first guy that takes profit on the short now triggers profit taking of shorts, and the buyers are coming back to buy it once we're back above this, because now the buyers are like, wait, now the news is good again. Back in there. So the range, when it first started, you can see this range. Maybe let's just say it was 10 points. Then it blows out at one side of the range. Now the range is double the size. And then this buyer comes back and the shorts have to cover into a range that is double the size. So when we look at any price move, that's all that it is. It's always, look at this, right? They bought it here and then it goes red, blows out all the buyers. And then it goes green here, blows out all the shorts. And then today it gaps down. Now we're taking out the buyers again. So you can see they made inside bar, then they came off the highs, new low, reject the low, new high, reject the high. So if we go to a shorter time frame, you see here, boom, then inside bar, boom, inside bar, 3, 2, 2, boom, right? And then 2, 2 day, boom, other way. So the news, it could be amazing news or it could be really bad news. But if price is going up on bad news, it's even worse. Because everyone that wants to short it, they're shorting a stock that's going up. So you go to SMX, right? SMX comes from the depths of hell at $5. And this is on our gap list, which is why we even know about it. But if we go in here, down in here, right, in the depths of hell, it gaps up and it starts going back through this previous range. What's happening? These guys shorted, and now for some reason it's going higher. It's like, this company doesn't make any money. This company doesn't, it has to go down, right? It's like, it has to go down. It's at 125. They don't make any money. And then it's at 300 and then 400 and then 500. And they're like, I'm done. I can't short this thing anymore. And then boom, all the profit taking of the longs completely back to the other side. So if you go to like a 60-minute, actually, it's too fast for a 60-minute in here. If you go to like a 15-minute, maybe we'll see it. Look at this. They buy. They tried to short it. Were they correct in that? Well, this month, the buyer's buying. So they tried to short it, but then the monthly buyer comes back here. Right? Here's your inside bar. Destroyed. And then the shooter up at the highs. Reversal. Inside bar. Continuation. Boom. Back into the range. So the guys who started selling here now trigger everyone else that was buying. And you'll see that buyer does come back in here, make some new highs to this stuff. Right, here's a new high. And then the first guys who go to take profit trigger the rest of the guys to take profit. Yeah, let's go to see what CRML is looking like. Very nice move from Amu here. You can see he had the 222 4-hour. And notice he's going back through a previous range with a target of 32. Now, if it's going to 32, it has to become range expansion above this stuff. So you're probably going to run out a day, but you have an hour 45 left. But you can see on SPY, right? The inside bar will restart price discovery. So it goes inside, and then they're like, all right, we're going to buy this. you know, whatever reason. There's no news here, but they're going to buy it. Then it takes out the level they start buying at. All right, now it's bad. Now we got to get out. And then, you know, there's some buying at the close. They make a new low, and then they start buying it. All right, back to the other side of the range. Failed to make the high, so the buyer was not that aggressive. But then they go inside, restarts price discovery. They break down. And then this open, right? If we can get above that as an inside bar break signal, the guys who sold here have to get out, or they have to sell more. But since we have all this continuity in our favor, they got to get out. We want to make them get out for the back ender, as we call it, especially on Qs. And then Dow, is IWM getting any greener? IWM is going to be a nice one too. This is going to be a good afternoon session, boys and girls. CRML is definitely a good one, just because it's already taking the morning highs. Look at that. So anyone short in the morning, right? What did they do? They bought it, and then it starts coming back in. The first guys to take profit trigger everyone else. They sold it. First guys to take profit trigger everyone else. Then they start taking profit. Didn't go down far enough, though. So it didn't stop these guys out, which means the buyer is still here. And then this hammer signaled the shorts that shorted off high of day jammed right here. 215. Boom. Those shorts got wrecked because look at weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly. Everyone's going up, right? Today, it's going up today. So these guys, they're buying today. That's what happened. Microsoft on the fiver. Yeah, slight triangle layout and then green, 3. The thing with Microsoft is it's really green on the day, and we still got range to come back through, at least to these guys, right? So you still got range to go after. You got this slightly red 60. So you want to see that 60 close red. And this is cool because it's a scannable condition, which is the most important thing if you're going to be full-time trading. You have to be able to find what you're looking for objectively. So if you're like, well, Alex, give me all the things that are the strongest right now. Well, let's go to app.stratealerts.ai. Let's log us in. Right here, we can go like this. Whoever's up the most today, let's say over 5%. All right, here they are, right? And if we wanted like 3%, because some of those gainers, they might be smaller, right? 2 or 3%, that's fine. We could also say we don't want continuations, so we can remove continuations if we want. I'm just gonna leave it. But you go here, copy the daily list, and then you look for a red 60 minute. So what does that look like? And sadly, we can't scan for a red 60, just the color here. But if we go red, 2 up in red on the 60, Microsoft, FBL, and SRTY. Ideally, instead of scanning for a 2 up red, we can scan for a signal. So we go to a 30. Let's look for inside 30s after a 3. Here's the strongest inside 30 setups, CoreWeave and ALK. So we go CoreWeave, 3130. You can see it's a potential outside day. It's a little bit of a choppy mess, but you have this double inside 60, or actually a rev strat 60. So 30 to trigger a rev strat 60 with every known participant buying, magnitude 99.49. ALK. You can see ALK had the nice inside 60 this morning. So you can see inside 33.1, but do we have targets? Let's look up and left. Up and left, yeah, we have more guys to come back through. So that's good, right? And at this point, all known participants would be buyers, although very, very slightly, 1% here on the day. But if that kicked in, right? So we can go 3-2 down. Microsoft. So Microsoft has a 3-2-2-30 setting up right here. 3-2 down green, right? For the 3-2-2. Fun to say and fun to do, in fact. That is what we call it. Now, if we go 1-2-2, we got HUT and CLS for the rev strat. HUT 1 ticks down. So there's a seller in here, but they weren't very aggressive. What if we go rev strat on the 30? Cause an inside 60 after corrective activity. And then we got pivot, 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 pivot. So we could go another 5% on that. And then CLS, very much an inside 60, still an inside day. Doji week, Doji month, so they're not doing much. No thanks. We want stuff with long green bars. That's another way we can scan, right? We go to the month. Give me things up over 20% this month. Copy. Go to the 60-minute. Copy that list. We can go 2 down. We can look for a hammer. So AEM, let's see. So AEM, 2 up, 2 down, hammer. Right, and that'd be into full time frame continuity. Slight lower low on the 60, and then there's your signal. So we can find whatever we want to find. Right, if we want inside bar, 2 down hammer, NNE, SMR, Oklo. All right, mother bar problems, no thank you. NNE, a little bit of mother bar problems, no thank you. SMR, you got some slight mother bar problems there as well. Core weave, rev strat 60, so core weave's popping up again. So there's really not that many, setups there. Now, if we go inside only, here's all your inside bars on the strongest stuff. LEU, BE, core weave on the 60. So LEU, 2 down day. It could rev strat, but it's also red on the week still. So the weekly buyer is just not here, at least as far as we know. But you do have the monthly, quarterly, yearly if that kicks in. Then BE, inside bar. Doji week, Doji day. So the weekly buyer, the daily buyer is not that aggressive. So you can see, although it's the same setup, when it happens matters. Because the week is pretty much flat. However, you do have that monthly, quarterly, yearly stuff for evidence. So you got a little bit of evidence there still. Right, well, if we go to Soxel, semis. Inside 60 at the bottom of the broadening formation into pivot machine gun. Same with semiconductors. So you can see on the semis, you'd have your pivot machine gun all the way back through this stuff. So think, right, if the whole market breaks an inside 60, if the whole market reverses at the same time, these shorts in the semiconductors, they could be jammed. That's what would be happening. Kind of like yesterday. 2 down, 2 up, all at the same time. CRML, let's see this 4 hour. Nice. So you can see the 4 hour, he used the hammer counter shooter momentum, the shotgun. Boom, right there. And then it's expansion of this broadening formation. He knows above $20, it has to be going to 32. All time frames are buying, or all known participants are buying. The 4 hour signal lasts another hour and 30 minutes. As long as it's above that, it is expanding the range. And then over the weekend, you'll have the weekend momentum hammer, and you will have the rev strat month in force 1, 2, 2. So over the weekend, he can hold this because he has at least that stuff for evidence to increase the odds of that working out. SNDK. Yeah, so into SNDK, you'll see the slight lower low, and then right here, 60-minute hammer. Right there. That's where you'd hit it. Every known participant's a buyer besides the daily group, but the daily group's being overridden by the weekly group that's buying, the month, quarter, year, and 60-minute group that's buying right now. So that daily seller is gone, as far as we know. Now, let's also imagine something else. If the whole market reverses on a 60-minute basis and Intel is still hitting low of day, what are they going to have to do? They're going to have to get the heck out of that thing, right? It could drop $4 real fast. And let me know in the chat, YouTube, is this making sense? I know not everyone in the YouTube chat is with us all the time, so there's a lot of discussion, a lot of new names for things, potentially. I know we're fast. Is this making sense? You can see SPY right now, it's already kicking in as a sideways 60. Hughes still setting it up. Dow Jones still setting it up. And IWM still pulling off the lows with the 2-2 reversal pivot machine gun. AEM simultaneously with gold. Yes. The miners, you'd like to line them up together. So if we go to GDX, you see hammer, 2-2 reversal 60. So it's already firm. GDXJ, junior miners, 2-2-60. So they already firmed it up. Now into the next 60, you're going to have like a 3-hour, I don't know what you have, 1, 2, 3, 4-hour inside bar to break. But yeah, AEM. If you were with us back in 23, 24, when we were talking about all the gold stuff, we talked about WPM. This was the one we picked for the precious metal stuff. So if we go to the year, you'll see this a lot clearer. Just like gold though, here's your broadening range. When did it start expanding? Well, whenever it was above all this stuff. $70. Boom. Double. And we pointed this out on the quarter for our quarterly guys right here at 49.77. This is when we pointed it out. Because we said if that worked, it would trigger quarterly broadening expansion. So it triggers it, resistance, they back test as support, closes through, back test as support, closes through, and then it's been expanding ever since. Come on. So whenever you have it like this, what you say is you don't know, but you tell it to get. You're like, get. Go up another 40 cents. Get as far away from this as possible in the next hour. Get. If we go to the futures, you'll see how the futures have been just bouncing around this broadening formation here. This is a 60-minute futures US 500, which is your ES. But like we said, new low, new high, and then we told you at the new high, right? Profit taking, boom, brings them in, and then inside 60, reversal. So what happened? New high, new low to this, reversal, it's trying to take this stuff out, up into here. We'll have to see new 60s opening in 2 minutes for the indexes on the sideways, or actually the bottom of the hour. So 2 minutes. SPY staying in inside 60. So we can also count and have a quantitative view of the market using those sectors on a 60-minute. So you can see on the sector side of things, right? They've been buying this 60. But we do have a good chunk of them that are inside. So we can get a direct number of how many equilibriums we'll have right here. 415 uptrends right now in the market. 500 downtrends only 378. So we have more uptrends than downtrends. We'll also note all the downtrends you can see up in here. These are all downtrends on strong stocks: ALK, Netflix, CoreWeave, Rocket Lab, MicroStrategy, Oracle. So those buyers could come back. We'll have to see the next 60. What do they create, negate, or do? So here's the new 60. On each 60, you can go down to the 5 and you can say, okay, can the 5-minute trigger the 60? Yeah. Red bar goes down and then green right there. The second that's green, it's trying to go 3 and take this out at 690, 20. If it goes 2-2, that'd be a signal that we could take. Qs, same thing. Slight lower low, then back in. Dow Jones inside, IWM inside fiver. And one thing that Rob would always like to do is 5-minute inside bar, timing it with the 60-minute signal. So right at the new 60 open, you time the 5-minute to take the 60. And that gives you 2 entries because you can use the fiver to get an initial position and then the 60 to add to it. But we want to see those 60 equilibriums break. We need a 2. CRML right here. This inside 5 add. If you took the 4-hour, this is where we'd add to it. Because when we're correct on expansion, like we've shown you, it just keeps going, right? It might slightly go lower and then it's just gone. So that inside 5 matters. CRML. Ooh, I totally forgot to time the XRP short. Dang it, we missed it. So the inside 60 shooter right at the top here, bang. And that was 30 minutes ago. Now, even though I forgot it, here's the 5-minute rev strat if it's going to keep going. Could get a small position there and see if that works, but I would like to time it higher. The higher you can get your entry, the better, just because you're going to have more range, and it's more likely that it's going to drop off the highs pretty aggressively from profit taking. Like up in here, 215, 1, 2 down, down they went. Let's see if that 5-minute can do it. But SPY still green on the 5. And let's see if this updated price discovery arrow thing works correctly now. Look at that. You can see on a Ripple, right? It would have shown you right at the moment it happened here. Right, so it's red there, then boom, down they go. Oh, isn't that something? Ain't that something? Nice fiver you got there, Ripple. 122. Down they go. SPY, they're still working on it, setting up the fiver. We'll see. Again, you just gotta be careful when you're playing during an inside bar, because if it doesn't work, you get the heck out of there. It's like, look at this. If you try and buy it and it doesn't go anywhere, you're still chopping in the middle. So they could go down and then back up and then down, and they could kill you in here. So you don't want to get too aggressive while you're still a 1. It's like CRML, you can see it keeps going. You have to fix that there so it points correctly. So you can see a lot of these scenario ones doing nothing to start. Literally nothing. And this is the thing with inside bars. If it's a higher time frame inside bar and then you get a lower time frame scenario one, like right now, inside day SPY, inside 60 SPY, the inside bar can also just show lack of interest, right? Buyers and sellers agree on price and then nothing changes. They just agree. So we need them to disagree. We need the buyers to take the offer and take out last 60's highs and do something. Getting there. Awesome. Awesome. Could you trade? Yep. Beautiful. The thing you have to note is the magnitude. So we go to AEM. The signals are only relevant when they're in force. The same way, because signals are broadening formations. The same way eventually broadening formations expand, right? The expansion is only true if we're above it. So this expansion is only true above this. The same way, this signal is only true above this, because every single bar is a broadening formation, right? It's just price discovery. Each bar is discovering new prices. So we have to be above it. Right now we are, that's a good thing. Right? You got slight lower lows, and then here's your signal. See if you can take them all out. GDX, you can see it's a 2 up, so that counts, right? Silver's going up, gold's going up, I imagine. Yeah, a little bit. SPY, nothing. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna have to head out. I have to meet with a one-on-one client soon, Mr. M, and then that's gonna be it. So we'll have our weekend vid coming out over the weekend, probably on Sunday. But going into the latter half of the day, it is back ender. Right? We're on watch for a back ender, because normally if you consolidate in the morning, you can get the breakout in the afternoon. However, if we don't, we'll have the breakout Monday instead. Right? And it could be a rev strat, and it could be a breakout. We'll see. But for now, you're just dead in the middle, right? Stuck in the middle of the water. You're done. So for now, we don't got too much to talk about here. CRML still expanding, so that's definitely something to be aware of still. You go to Intel. If the whole market starts puking, this guy, these guys, they're jammed. Look at this. Like we said, retest. And if we're outside of price discovery, this is all expansion. It's another 1% lower, 1.5%. Let's see how low we can go, right? It's like doing limbo. And this is kicking pattern textbook stuff. Textbook kicking pattern, right? It's beautiful stuff. So hopefully you guys enjoyed and were able to get some of that intel. Is the one I really wanted to trade today, and I'm happy we were able to hit it. If you made some money and you're not a part of us, you can go check us out, stratalerts.ai. We have a premium room. We are live every day of the week for trading. And we also have streams that are after the close where you can ask us questions, and we do educational stuff. So, all that fun stuff. You can check us out there. If you go to community, that's where you get access to the community. We do have alerts and stuff that'll send out alerts when we see, inside bars break or reversals occur. And it alerts you to the trades in your inbox as well as on the website. So you can see here, this would be the algo alerts that occurred today. But the key is not the alerts, right? The key is understanding price discovery. You have to know it's taking both sides of a range and what a reversal looks like. So you can check that out as well. And we also have our scanner, which you've seen me use all day. And we have a few different versions. We have a simple plan just for finding signals. And then we also have our standard, which has a lot of fun things that we can look at and automated watch lists built into it, which is pretty neat. But that's all I've got for you guys. Have a good rest of your day and a great weekend. Adios.